Hello, Kevin.
Hi, Sharon. How you doing?
There we go. And then
Hey,
go.
there you go. Okay. So anyway, you made the biggest mistake.
Yes,
You
by not
purchased
using a
this-
realtor, and it cost me absolutely nothing to use a realtor because I was a buyer for new construction, which I did. Coming from another state, even in Florida, I used a realtor. Why didn't I use one here? Because I thought new construction, I wouldn't need one. And actually I did, because a lot of things happen after the fact. And had I had a realtor, I wouldn't still be battling with this company today.
Oh, got it. Yeah, I'll tell you a story before we finish about someone building my house, custom build, so yeah. Why are you in real estate there?
I'm trying to work on kind of my own schedule, and
You think in real estate, you're gonna have your own
it's on
schedule?
probably my client schedule, but I'm saying instead of a set, right now I work shift work, and
Yeah.
I work a lot of night shifts,
Oh, yeah.
and it switches month to month, and I've been doing it for about 3 years. I'm
Ooh.
trying to get out of it, and some of my family, they've moved into real estate. They used to own a bar and restaurant, sold it, got into real estate, do very well, so looked like a good switch.
You look like a good switch, right? Kathy, I know you're on the team. Why did you decide to join a real estate team?
Well, so I joined the Todd Harrison team as marketing strategist. My background, I've actually got 30 plus years in shopping center marketing, which is the commercial real estate, retail real estate industry. And I've worked with many top companies around the country doing that as a career, marketing and business development. I chose to move here from King of Prussia, Pennsylvania, a couple of months ago to be closer to my family because my career had never allowed me to do that. And my parents are not getting any younger. They're 87 and 90. And they moved to Raleigh from Atlanta, which is where I'm from, a few years ago, to live in a community, apartment community for seniors. And I wanted to be closer, so I took a leap and left my job in King of Prussia, Pennsylvania, and moved here. And when I saw Todd's placement for a position with his team in Keller Williams in marketing, and I'm also doing an executive assistant position as well, it just seemed like a really good fit for me at a time when I'm used to working long hours, I'm used to working holidays, I'm used to not being able to go home at all between Thanksgiving and Christmas because that's the retail season, the Christmas season, the holidays. And it just felt like a good move to do something in a similar universe, a similar type of experience being real estate, but then make a change that I think will be a better fit for me here in Raleigh. And I do think that it has opportunities to go in any different direction with Keller Williams or with Todd, which is a great reason for taking it.
There you go. How about you, Ms. Lane?
Yes, so for the past 5 years, I've been doing sales for assisted living. So I've been building like meaningful relationships with families and seniors that like last a lifetime. So I just felt with my aunt being in real estate, she's kind of been, helping me. And so
Let's talk to your aunt.
cheers.
I love that.
Yeah.
She used to work with me at Keller Williams in Burlington, so. I love
Really?
her.
Oh,
Yes,
yes.
I love her.
Mhm.
Little man, the whole family. Yep. Her daughter went to school with my son, so yeah,
Oh, wow,
that's how
yeah.
big that is, yeah.
Mhm.
I will tell you my story. I did not want to be in real estate, nor did I care to be in real estate. I had no desire to be in real estate. There was no reason for me to be in real estate. But I ended up getting my paralegal degree and thought I would do family law and that I would be helping kids and, this just going on, families and everything. And then I was like, I'm gonna be very emotional about this stuff. That's probably not gonna be good for me. So I stumbled into being a real estate paralegal. So I did closings for years. And then all of a sudden, 2008 happened. Everything went to hell. and so people were losing their jobs. And just so happened the company that my ex-husband and I were working with and had been working with about 20 years doing our construction business went under, owing us about $40,000, 3 mortgages, 3 kids, and had to rebuild ourselves up. And so in that process, I took off my heels, Onward Hills in the morning, unless it's at church or event, and decided to go work with my ex-husband and realized I hated seeing him 24/7. And so I answered the ad on a credit, yes, and it's true. Today would have been my 29th wedding anniversary, and it is now my 2nd year of not being married. So I'm okay with that. It's all good. I'm gonna find another one. Somewhere down the line, I'm enjoying single life right now. So anyway, so I decided to answer an ad on the Craigslist that said work with a real estate company, a team, and I had never heard of Keller Williams. I was like, who are these? I was like, never mind, it works my schedule. I got 3 kids in school. It'll help me as part-time. I go in, get a little bit of whatever, and then I'm done. 2 o'clock, I was gone, kiss and go line, pick my babies up. That was it. And then I started going and I started liking the people. And I was like, these are some cool people to be around. They treat me like family and everything. And 13 years later, I still feel the same way. I love this company. No other company can come and convince me that the cap can be better, the technology can be better, the camaraderie can be better. I don't drink red Kool-Aid, but I drink this Kool-Aid. It is what it is. And I didn't think I would be here 13 years, but 13 years later, I'm here. And I was on a team for 6.5 years. And then all of a sudden, I decided I want to be a real estate agent. Let me tell y'all why. So I ask everybody all the time, why did you get into this business? I didn't need to get in this business to have my own business. I had my own business for my construction business. I started out, I had it for 18, 19 years. What I wanted was to see how I saw the commission checks that crossed my desk. And I realized they didn't do nothing to get this check. I was the assistant, I did all the work. Wait a minute, I can reap the benefits of these at some point. But I was afraid to get out there because I was like, I don't want to get out here and help someone buy their house and mess it up. So I had a fear of messing up. Why? Because I'm a perfectionist. So I felt like if I didn't do it perfect, it wouldn't get done. And then I saw how these agents were going out here doing it. And they weren't perfect. They still get a good check. I was like, I can do this. Because I was now coaching them on how to go out and do it. And I'm like, I'm going and coaching people how to do it. So I went to a Keller Williams family reunion. We don't call it convention, we call it family reunion because we consider everybody family. And I went to it and this lady looked at me, she said, if you want to empower yourself, stop being an admin and be a real estate agent. I was like, no, want to stay in the corner, don't want nobody to ask me anything, I'm fine. I went, got my license. 6 months later, I said, I'm not gonna do it. Someone give me a referral. It was the worst client I've ever had. Even to this day, when I see her name, I cringe because she took me through the ringer, y'all. I had never been. I was just like, is this really for me? I'm glad I persevered. And so now I live a life by design, not by default. I do come in here because I have to, because I'm your broker in charge. Not yours yet, but I'm gonna be there. But I am definitely a person that comes in and I'm passionate about your business. But the thing is, I can't be more passionate about your business than you. I can want you to get that deal. I can want you to make that money. I can want you to help Todd to make that money. He already makes it. So that's it. You're just gonna compliment him. But you have to want it more than anybody else. You have to show up. So if you had a regular job, can you reap the benefits of a paycheck if you don't show up? No. So a lot of times we get agents that come in and they're hyped and yes, I'm gonna do it. But 6 months, I'm like, where you been? Oh, it's not working for me. Well, you haven't showed up. You gotta show up. We have all of the technology you would ever want right here in this building, with the people that are here, with the technology, all of the videos and everything. But if you're not utilizing it, it doesn't work. So I have to ask people sometimes when they come to me and they're talking to me about this business, I say, with what you did yesterday, would you hire yourself today? And if the answer is no, then change what you're doing in order to make it work. When I changed what I was doing, y'all, I don't like social media. I do not like it, but I had to do a TikTok thing. I was like, Lord, I'm TikToking now. Lord have mercy. But I did it because I know when I do it, people notice me, and in there, my hashtag says real estate, says Keller Williams Raleigh. So people who haven't seen me in a minute say, oh God, you look so happy. Yeah, do you need to sell a house, buy a house? Because that's what I want people to know about me. They already, if you know me personally, you know who I am. But I want you to know about me and what my business does. So that's why I do it. I have did all these positions. Well, I don't need to do it. Nope. Won't let me change. Anyway, let me go here. Let's change. I don't know why it won't let me change. Oh, now it is. Keller Williams is about a vision. I don't know how this is gonna work with this screen. I probably don't need to see anybody. They'll just have to see me up here. But we here, we want you to learn about how to be great through our education. We ask you for cooperation, that means show up. And your service, you're public officer now. You serve in the public. That's why they ask you for that $50 for being an agent. And we have a mission here. We want to invest in your business. And how do we do that? We invest in because we teach you. We get you in a program. We teach you how to go out here and be the best agent you can be. The first thing on my list of what I want all agents, all team members to be is integrity. Integrity will last a lot longer than a commission check. Because if you do go out here and you do something and it's not right, you feel it's not right, people will call me and be like, what you think I should do? Well, someone called me one day and said, I got someone and they want to put $120,000 in due diligence on a house. And I said, our job is to be a fiduciary agent for our clients. If something is wrong with this house, do we want to be in a position where our clients have just lost $120,000 because they don't want to move forward with the house? No, never is that what we want. So you have to make sure that integrity is always at the top. Be honest with people. I'm gonna go over some of that a little bit more, but I want to make sure that that's what you're doing. That's what Keller Williams is about. I'm gonna have to, I don't like having to bounce back and forth to this here. Here, because I like to be where, so I'm gonna skip that one. Our vision here is a company that was made by agents for agents. That means when we say we need something, they answer to us and they do it. If we need, to me, if you have an iPhone, forgive me. I'm not an iPhone person. I don't believe in being a slave to an industry. So I'm an Android because I'm not going to pay $1,500 for a phone, even though my kids have it. But they pay for it. I never paid for it. So, but we are what they are, the Siri Kelly is to us. It operates and does everything we do. It's called an app. And so we use it. But we have changed the industry for technology. We really have. So now companies are trying to catch up with us. Oh, it's working now. Okay, cool. And so that's why we say we're a technology company disguised as a real estate. We used to be an education, now we're a technology company. Go figure. Everything is paperless. Y'all, when we first come out with this and we were paperless, those of us that were used to carrying paper, we could have had therapy. We could have had paper anonymous because I'm telling y'all, we were tripping. We were like, how can you send people stuff and they sign it and it's right and everything, and you're sending it over your phone? It just doesn't make sense. Now, if I ask someone, I say, hey, did you, they said, I can't send this to this person. They can't sign it. I said, you want to just print it off and like take it to them so they can sign it? I'm like, why? I mean, I got to drive over there. Really? They're your clients. You may get a $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 commission check off of it. Get in your car and drive to your clients. Let them sign it, upload it, and put it in there. So just make sure that you understand, and I put command, KW command, because that's the system that we use. that allows you to do all of this fun stuff. I'm telling y'all, I was in Germany and having the time of my life, but I was able to get on my email and still do business. Most of the time, we as agents will go on vacation because that's when we get the most business. That's when people call us. We are a top producer. We act like a trainer. We're a consultant. You are a consultant. You are not a salesperson. Please remember that. We're not trying to sell something. We're trying to consult you on how to list your house and how to buy a house. That's it. We're not trying to hustle and flow. I heard someone say one day, she was like, I'm a hustler. I'm like, it's good to hustle, but we're trying to figure out how to work smarter, not harder, okay? We have a saying, this is our Y, 4, C, 2 T's, and this is what we live by here at Keller Williams. We are about, y'all, this is gonna drive me crazy, all that. Now, it's like, we believe in the W, win, win, or no deal. That means if someone on the other side is being disadvantaged because of your seller or vice versa, let's make it right. Don't be that agent that's a diva. Because what happens, or a man that thinks he knows everything, he doesn't. Because what happens is your clients adapt your energy. And so when they come to you screaming and say, I'm not going to sell this house less than 350, but you already know you did the CMA and it says 320, and they're getting 340, then 350 is like a stretch. It means talking to them and saying, this is what we're going to do. And this is how the market is talking to us. And not put a disadvantage because this person can't come up with other 10,000 to do it. These are with appraisals. I'll talk about that when we're going over the boot camp part of this. But make it so it works for both sides. So that person, when that other agent, when they finish working with you, that I get a call that says, I don't know what y'all over there doing, but this agent here was perfect. Every time I call, they did this, they did this, they did this, they did, because that's what I want to hear. I don't want to hear the ones where they said, I had a problem with your agent. What happened? So, and most of the time, the first thing I say is, you sure you called the right Keller Williams? Because I had someone call me and they was like, oh, they did this and they did this. And I said, stop for a minute. Then I talk for just a second. What's the agent's name? They tell me the agent's name and I said, that ain't even my agent. And he said, well, you're so nice. Can you still help me? I'm like, no, because they have another broken charge that probably needs their help. And he was like, you sure? Well, let me run you the scenario. I was like, sir, I don't have this. I mean, he chased me down, called like 10 times. Finally, I was just like, dude, what's up? And that's like the third or fourth time this has happened. And I was like, that's not my agent. Now, when it is my agent, I'm like, let's talk. Okay. So of course, we talked about integrity, customer, the 4 C's is customer, commitment, communication, creativity. The only one I really want commitment, you know, the communication, you know, communicate, open dialogue with people, be, you know, if they text back, but always make sure you communicate in some form or another. Creativity, I have a lot of new agents come in and say, listen, I was thinking, I'm gonna do it this way. I wanna do this here. What you think about this? And I was like, hold up. We've been in the business for a long time. And it's been working. I mean, somehow or another it's working. Let's learn that way first. Then once you get the foundation, then we change it up. And you can add a little flair of something you want to do or something different. But learn the foundation first. And then go on your own and say, hey, I want to do this. Or I want to do it this way. And just run it by me. And as long as it's not something crazy, nothing from none of that stuff, we're good. Okay? The 2 T's. Teamwork. Everybody working together achieves the same thing. When I get up, I'm a part of your team on every transaction that happens in this office, except for the commercial. I am a part of it because if something happens, they call me and I have to figure it out. So just if there's something going on, I'd rather know beforehand than be retroactive and try to fix something. Trust, begin with honesty. Now, honesty does not mean if you go to a house and it's got pink Pepto-Bismol color on the bathroom, I mean, in the bedroom, which is what color my mother painted my bedroom in her house. Like, And she was like, "Are you good in this room?" "Yeah, I'm good, Mom. I feel like Pepto-Bismol all day, but it's all good." You can't say that. Why? Because this is not your house. I used to have an agent that would go and she was looking for a Zen moment. And I said to her, "This is not your house. It doesn't matter what you think, it's what the clients want. So make sure when you go in, you hold your opinions to yourself." I have been in a house and I was like, "Boy, that's some wallpaper." And I got ready to say something and something dropped me upstairs and said, "Shut up." And the woman looked at me, she said, "I love it. I love this wallpaper. This makes me retro." And I said, "Oh, okay, awesome." I didn't lie to her because I didn't like it, but I just said it was awesome for her. You see what I'm saying? So make sure that you be honest with someone. If someone looks at you and say, "You think I can," I took a woman, she was a dear friend of mine, and I took her out. And she wanted to go look at the house. She said, "This is the house I'm buying." I said, "Oh, this is awesome." And I said, "How you buying it?" So I knew what she did. She was a substitute teacher, meaning her income was unpredictable. But she was looking at like a $300,000 house. She said, "Well, I just thought you could just go buy a house. It didn't matter what your income was." Drop the mic, and I'm riding her and been friends with her forever. And I said, "No, you need to have a cash flow to be able to do this." And she was like, I think I can do it." Well, she called me 2 weeks ago. She finally got in her house. She used another agent, which I was okay with because I felt like I didn't want to say anything to mess up my friendship with her. And I would have, because sometimes I'm too honest because she was my friend. So just be honest with people. When you get ready to take people out to go look at a house, pre-qual letter. Because if you go take them look at a $400,000 house, find out they only can afford 200, but they want to look at houses that look like they're 400, and you know that's no way that's gonna happen, not in this lifetime, nor the next one if they want, then be honest with people. Say, "Let's get a pre-qual letter so we know what you're getting beforehand," okay? Equality. This was something that we're ever working with what happened last year with George Floyd. It became more prevalent. This company here was named this year by Forbes magazine as the #1 diversity company in the entire United States. So with that being said, we have, forged ahead to say, we're gonna make a difference. The person that's over our company, Gary Keller, sent a letter, and that letter said no tolerance in discrimination of any kind. So if someone calls me and tells me that someone feel like they've been discriminated against, I take it personally, okay? Because I know what that's like, and I'll talk about why I really know what that's like, not because I'm just a Black woman, but some other stuff. But just make sure that everybody's treated the same. We're not showing one house to one group of people and saying, "Oh, this is not gonna fit your criteria." That's not your concern. If they can afford it, let them be in it. Now, if they come in and they may have some other stuff going on and they may, then make sure you get to a limit. Be friends with lenders, okay? And then, of course, success, which we all want you to have. I put this in here because I want to make sure that y'all understand this is some information. If you want to screenshot it, you should have it at some point. You should have got it whenever you decided to join Keller Williams. It should have been in your stuff, but if not, you can screenshot it, because these are some very important things that you will need throughout the whole duration of being with this company. Facts, we don't hardly use it often.
Is this a PowerPoint saved anywhere?
Yeah, I haven't seen it either.
Or could we get an email to us?
I can email that one to you.
When you
Yeah.
say packet, what packet you talking?
When you get the welcome letter and you go through all the process, naming your sponsor and filling out your address and who your close kin was, did y'all not get this? Okay, all right. So this is something that you definitely would need. It tells you everything from our address, phone number, website, which may have changed. I may have to go in, but the license number, all these are gonna be things that we need, or you need, that'll help you. Staff 9 to 5. For people that call me, they don't know it's 9 to 5, they say it's 7 to 10. So, okay, so that's something definitely if you want to screenshot it, but I will send it to you so that way you have it. Are you
Yeah, I'm just turning on I turned it off so it wouldn't ring and now it's.
Oh.
so long. But you're gonna send this.
I'm gonna
anyway.
send it to
Okay,
you,
I'm
so
gonna
you
turn it
won't,
on.
yeah.
Oh, it just turned on. I'm just-
Go ahead. Let me see if if I can get this weak thing to go back. Oh, it's not going back for me.
That's okay.
The housekeeping thing that I just skipped past, the only thing that is, the housekeeping was basically, it's really about the refrigerator, something that's thinking right now, so I had to just note that, that's housekeeping thing. You bring stuff in there and it's been in there for 3 or 4 weeks, 3 or 4 months. You throw your stuff away, don't throw your bag away, but you can throw your stuff away. The other thing was talking about the 80-20. The 80-20, what we call here the 80-20, is 20% of what you do will allow you to be able to have 80% results. That means take time to do it. So we do what we call lead gen, and we say 2 hours a day because we feel like you do 2 hours a day of calling, talking, knocking, whatever the case may be, then you'll be able to produce 80% of your business. That's all it takes. Everyone thinks it takes a long time, it doesn't. The other thing is, you see up at the top where it says your KW Raleigh All Access? It means all access. Everything you ever need, the list of people and what our job is and what we should be doing. Sorry. An agent in the office. Let me cut it off. You can go there and get all access to everything you need. Agents need, tech needs, compliance, general sources, and if you're a brand new agent. If you go to that website, it will take you, we have it set up so you'll be able to find all that information there versus somewhere else. I'm gonna send you what I just had up there, but you can also retrieve it on that particular page. Okay. These are the things that we want to know. Have you completed these things? If you've been sent our welcome letter, then you should have had some of these things put in here. As far as Scotland Road, have you guys Scotland Road?
Yeah, but I didn't receive like any of this, like access codes.
You won't get that, but from here. In order to get the access codes, you will get it from the young ladies that's up in the front. Michaela will get you that information. And of course, the printers, there's only one printer now, and that's in the mail room. In order for you to get set up so you can print from here, you have to have your laptop here. Because it's an IP address that we have to put in, so you have to be on the same website, on the same internet to do
What
it.
is received an email from your PC? What does that mean?
That means you have received from the productivity coach a email that welcomed you into the program.
Oh, gotcha.
You automatically go into that program, and the reason why, because it's there to train you how to build your business up and how to get leads. I'm on the legal side of it. I teach you how to do contractual things, and he teaches you how to grow your business. And so I had this meeting on Monday, but I'll reiterate it for this here. No one goes into a business to work forever to never make money. So our job here is to make sure you make money. And so if you're not making money, then the two questions you have to ask yourself: what am I doing to make it happen? And what are the resources that I'm not getting that I should be getting? Now, we just revamped our productivity coaching program, and we have a phenomenal person who I feel like he is just going to shake some trees, because he has only been in the business he's been in it 4 years. He's been with us 3 years. And he has literally went from he was in the military for 28 years, and he went from making okay money to making almost 500,000 last year, just him and his wife.
And that's how much he made?
He and his wife together.
What's the difference between the PC and joining the team? It's different, right?
You give 50% of your money to the team. Yeah, that part.
That said it enough.
Yeah, I'm cool with it. If you want to join a team, I think that's great, but I think you should learn the foundation first. Because a lot of times people jump on a team and they're like, oh yeah, I get these and I get this and that. You will forever give away 50%. I'm not knocking it, because there's some teams that's been very successful. I myself, there are 3 people on my team, me, myself, and I. That's it. Because for me, I know that I didn't get into this business to still be doing a job. I got into this business, so when I say, like you said, I went to Germany. When I say I'm going to Germany, I'm going to Germany. I'm not gonna check with anybody. I did check with my agents because they needed to know where I was gonna be at. But I left. I didn't take 6 months to plan that. My sister and I planned it in 6 weeks. We're going to Germany. I'm going to Dallas. I'm a Dallas Cowboy fan. Through and through. Don't want to hear no noise about how long it's been since I got a ring. We got so. And I'm a Target fan. So those are things that are non-negotiable with me. You want to be on my nice side? Bring me something that got those things up there. If not, we joke about it. But anyway, because I am like vice president of my fan club, so that may be a problem too. I'm too hyped. But those are things, so you should receive an email from the PC. Once you join Keller Williams, then you should be receiving that. You should be completing your triangle. It says CMLS triangle. It should have said orientation. You should be completing that
That's
as well.
amazing.
It is.
That is amazing.
Yes.
What a great resource that
It is a great resource. And then, of course, the professional headshot. I say this because y'all listen. It's cute to have your picture, but at some point, I had one have a picture and they had me. I was like, whoa, no,
Who do you recommend?
They just posted on Tuesday. There's a guy that's been doing it. I think he gives you, like, for $50, he gives you 5 headshots. It's always good to have. It's been a long time since I had one. I tell y'all, when I was doing real estate and I was doing real estate paralegal, this lady, very, very popular, well-known in this area, especially in Durham. Everybody see her signs up. And she still got the same picture up there she put up there probably 25 years ago. So when she come into my office and she looked, God forgive me, you know my heart.
Don't
So
say
she was toe up from the floor up with what she looked like. She didn't look nothing like herself. And I looked at her and she said, yeah, she said, I've been talking to you all week. And I was like, looked at the sign, looked at her. She said, yeah, I know I've changed a little bit. I said, you think? Nobody can recognize you. But what she said to me was solidified in that. She said, but they recognize my sign. I don't care what I look like, because I still get my same paycheck. But they recognize my sign. I'm not gonna change it, because everybody know who I am through this sign. I said, oh, okay, then. Well, when you show up, just tell us. If it works for her, and I can say, she was huge. And she went to one of our, I think she went to Mega Camp. We have 2 conference type things, Mega Camp and Family Reunion. She went to our Mega Camp in Austin. She come back and she left her company and came to Keller Williams, and she's been with us ever since. So just make sure you get a nice headshot. I have one, don't like it, and it seemed like they put it up there, but it works for me. Everybody recognize it. I'm still the same weight, so that hasn't changed. If I lose weight, then I'll change it. Until then, I'm good. But just make sure you get a professional headshot. And that's, I think they say it's every 1st and 3rd Thursday. One is downtown, the other one, the third one, or maybe it's the 4th. I can't remember which, but it was on our Facebook private page. They're over in North Hills, which is literally right across the street. And so if you, $50, you can't beat it.
You said every Thursday?
It's not every Thursday. It seems like it's the 1st and 3rd Thursday of every month.
We asked the girls up front.
I
think it's the 2nd and 4th.
It's the 2nd and 4th?
Third.
Okay, all right, then, well, it's one of those,
Mhm.
but we posted it and I just saw it this morning at like 4 o'clock in the morning, so I might have been off, probably was off. But anyway, he'll do it, and so I think it will be a good thing to have.
You have 2nd and 4th.
It's the second and fourth, okay? All right, y'all. I didn't have my glasses on. It was 4 o'clock and I was TikTok. So, okay, but definitely make sure you get that done, okay? We need that because when we post pictures, welcome you, we look at the pictures. We may not say nothing because we welcoming y'all, but we looking at the pictures too. We're like, okay, that's an interesting picture, professional. And some people put it on their business cards and that's okay. But yeah, so anyway, make sure that you're getting that professional thing done. Okay, and then the other thing is make sure that you are going to orientation, okay? This triangle MLS, make sure that you say you went to orientation
Which orientation?
for triangle MLS.
You mean that you do online, that they make you do? Yes, I
Yes.
completed that. Yes.
Okay, because some people, because once, if you don't complete that orientation, they kick you out of
Yes.
the TMLS, okay? I'll talk about this here. We have, like I say, major events. We have a family reunion. It's every February. It goes around the country. 2022, it'll be in Orlando. We missed Vegas this year because it was supposed to be in Las Vegas. Yeah, this year, they canceled it because of COVID. And maybe it was Dallas, but anyway, we rotate the same ones all the time. And so I pretty much have been, since I've been with California 13 years, I've probably been to 7 or 8 of them. I love it. It's nothing like going to a town and we take over the entire city. Everybody caters to us, and then after it's all done, you done ran all these classes and all this hoop holler and stayed out late every single night and then showed up cockeyed to the next event. It's fun, but when everybody leaves, it's just like, I mean, it's like a bunch of a stampede. Everybody's gone and it's quiet. I always stay one more day just so I can regroup before we come back and get this. So that one's coming up in February, and literally it is phenomenal. You take classes that even are not offered in this area, so you get to talk to a lot of people. Then we have Mega Camp, which is always, it's in, I want to say it's in August, and it's always in Austin. I've never been to it. I was supposed to go this last couple of weeks ago, but didn't happen because of COVID. Hopefully next year we can. But it's a great place. But this one here is really, Mega Camp is a little bit different. Family reunions for everybody. And I mean, everybody can go to Mega Camp, but this is for people who are making a lot of money. And so sometimes it's good to go there. You're not making a lot of money, so you gotta learn how to make a lot of money, okay? But we do it. And then, of course, I'm going to, at some point, what time is it? Because I wanna make sure he comes in. What time is it?
10 to 10.
Okay. He needs to be here, productivity coach.
He's in the room.
Can you go get him? Tell him we need to come. Here's the thing, when you join Keller Williams, if you're a brand new agent, or if you're an agent and you've been with us, but you have not capped, we want you to be in this program because our job, like I say, is to help you make money.
Yes.
No one comes in this business and they're not making money. Now, there's some people say, I just want to get my license and let it hang somewhere. That's cool. But for me, it was very important that I had some resources to teach me how to do these things. Was I comfortable doing my first open house? No. No one taught me how to do it. I just had to remember preparing when I was on a team how to do it. And so I had the cookies ready. I didn't bake any cookies because I didn't want them to burn and smell like burnt cookies. But I had the cookies, I had the bottled water, and sometimes I would have 2 people come. And I said, okay, they didn't do a really good job of promoting this, okay, but I'm gonna do it again, I'm gonna do it again. And I would like it. And it was my way of getting comfortable, looking at different houses, what the features were in the house, so that when I did have a client, I knew what a tray ceiling looked like. I knew what, granite countertops look like, because maybe I had never had granite countertops, what type it was, or that it was this type of flooring. Because when you go in, your buyers now, used to be when we took buyers out, they didn't know anything. Now, when you go to the house, the buyers already researched the house, they know everything. So while we're waiting on James to come back, I will tell you one of the reasons that influenced me to become a real estate agent. I had been, my ex-husband and I had been together for about 15, 16 years, and we were growing, had just had another baby. And so we decided we wanted to build a house. and we needed to find the land. We found some land, started working on it, had went to this custom build that my ex-husband had said, let's use them. And so my makeup in my marriage was, I was married to a white male. So because of that, and I had always lived in Chapel Hill because it was we had no issues. We had children, whatever. We get ready to get the house built and we have pushback. So I'm saying, you know, what's the problem? My ex, trying to be very understanding, did not want me to know all the things that were going on. And so what happened is, to make a long story very short, it took us 2 years to get into our house. That means 2 years of us not losing a job, not missing a payment to make sure our credit stayed up to par, not doing anything to jeopardize us. It took us 2 years to get the house built. And the thing about it was, by the time I finished, I had the superintendent fired. I had a couple of the builders they used fired. My ex-husband took 6 months off of work, and we had our own business to stay and watch this house to make sure it was built the way we felt it would be built. So we were not giving shoddy work. We still were. But when we closed, those people owed us about $10,000 that they had overcharged, or they hadn't did the work, and they said they put this in and they did. And so with that being said, I said, I don't never want a person to ever experience that in buying a house. So that's why I became very passionate about it and said, this is what I want every person that works with me to not have that experience. So me being in an interracial relationship, I got to see firsthand how hard it was. So I can't imagine if I was a Black couple doing it. I was kind of mixed. I couldn't imagine, because we waited 2 years to do it. And so we got the house, I sold it. When we sold it last year, we had $100,000 in equity in that house. I hated having to split it with him, but I guess I had to. But I did, and so I'm gonna get ready to buy one in another year, and I can promise you, I won't have the same experience that I had before. So anyway, I'm going to introduce you to our coach, Mr. James Meyer, who is going to take over for me. And I don't know if I do have some PowerPoints up here.
Yeah, I got
Yep.
this too. Yep.
Got it? Okay.
Yep, I got it. Thanks,
Just
Bob.
click it quick.
All right, I got it. Thank you.
Don't let them scare y'all. Who's a teddy bear.
I am. When I just tell you that, just ask, and I'll tell you. Hey, you know, first of all, welcome to Keller Williams, right? Is anybody been an agent and just transferring over, or is everybody a brand new agent? Brand new agent? Brand new agent? Brand new agent?
Well, you don't know me, I work for Todd.
You work for Todd, and you?
Brand new.
Brand new. I know that young lady right there, right? She's in the PC program with me. So what is the PC program, right? Well, it's a program to help design for you to become a capper. Everybody wants to be a capper, right? Why is it important to be a cap status? Well, what do you get? You get 100% of your commission, right? Does anybody know on the average of how many sales it takes to become a capper?
6.
Huh? 6?
2 sales.
Well, 12?
No?
Woo, I'm gonna go with 6. It's about 6, right? It's about 6 sales, right? To become cap status. You get 100%, okay? You can do it. You can do it so fast that you'll look back and go, wow, this is easy. But it takes commitment, okay? Role play. So I sent an email out to everybody. Who here did not get an email from me last night? Everybody got an email, right? You got an email. Did you get an email from me?
I got it.
With the PC calendar on it, right? So that is what you need to do. I'm telling you now. If you'll do it, if you'll follow it, if you'll come to the classes, just like I'm sitting with a young lady right now to develop 5 lead sources, right? Because everybody's different. Everybody's got a different network. Some people in here are dual career. I know you're dual career. We've talked, right? You might be a dual career, but there's another young lady, Takia. She's a nurse, right? I started talking with her. I said, who in your hospital, how many nurses come into your hospital every year? Well, there's a lot, James. Well, what if you could get a hold of one of them? before they come and help them buy a house. What did she do? She ain't even been here but a few days. That's exactly what she did. Right? She called me out excited. What do I do now? Right? Which is a good thing. I love to hear that. Right? What do I do now? So then we start the process of helping them become, get them under buyer's agency and sell them a home. Right? Lead generation. There's two sides to this process: processing and lead generation. Kathy is all about the processing side, probably. She works for Todd, right? Processing. What do? Well, you put somebody on a contract, now you gotta get them to close, right? And that's what completes the process. That's where you get paid. So if you don't have anybody working, lead generation is where it's at. You have to be a lead generator. You have to work on lead generation. It should be you should do it every day, all day, really. Okay. Yeah, are you dual career or full-time?
Dual.
Dual. What do you do?
I'm the Alzheimer's director for assisted living.
For what?
Assisted living.
Assisted living. Okay, awesome.
Alzheimer's patients.
I just moved my parents into a semi-assisted living.
Really?
Yeah, in Missouri. So
Okay.
it's not an easy task.
It's not.
It's not. But so when you do stuff like this, you're in a position where you could pick up potential leads, right? And that's just developing your lead sources, because my lead sources will be different than yours, right? Your lead sources will be different than mine. Come sit with us, let us look at what you do on a daily basis and help you develop 5 good, solid lead sources to become successful. Okay, so what I'm going to hand out to you is the expectations, right, of the productivity coaching program. Okay. At least you know what they're going to go
I was
through.
actually invited to this.
Yep. So you need 2. Okay. So basically what she wrote up here was my calendar, right? It's on the calendar that I sent out to y'all. But if you look at this, what's our mission statement, right? Empowering agents to build successful businesses through coaching, mentoring, and accountability while allowing them to become and sustain capping status using lead generation, lead follow-up, setting appointments, negotiation, role play practices, and their daily fundamentals, right? The key is you want to be a sustained capper, right? You don't want to cap with me in 6 months and then turn around and you don't write like 2 contracts for the rest of the year. That's kind of uncool. You didn't take advantage of that cap status, right? So what's a reasonable number to cap? Well, a reasonable number to write per year, that's up to you. My first full year, I think I wrote 22, right? As a full-time agent. You can do it. You just got to have that desire and work ethic and, focus on where you want to be. And everybody's lifestyle is different, right? Maybe you don't want to cap. Maybe you just want to write for a year, kind of get that supplemental income and, go on vacation with that money, right? Then you can do that too, right? That's up to you, right? But let's talk about the expectations. Assist agents in developing a business plan and plan of action to achieve the business plan. Assign tasks and homework related to prospecting leads, agent database, and community involvement. Having a training calendar that has developmental training as well as need-based training. Establish scripts. We did script training this morning. Of course, nobody was on it, but one person came in, but that was it, right? Get on the script training. It'll help you be more comfortable walking up to somebody. My biggest thing is I do crazy things to people, right? I'll walk up to somebody and hand them something like this and go, okay, make me want to buy that. Maybe you want to buy it.
Turn the slide for me?
Huh?
I don't know if you turn the slide for me.
No, I don't know anything about it. Maybe you want to buy it. See how it puts you out of comfort? You think you're out of comfort, right? You don't know what to say. When you go on that script training though, and we put you in a role, you're gonna learn, right? Right? You're gonna learn to grab something like this, go, hey, do you have one of these? You don't have one? Well, this is the best thing you could ever have. Just imagine if you had the best thing you could ever have. Would you want it? Yeah. Okay, now let me tell you what it can do for you. It's all about getting out of your comfort zone. Because you're gonna hear no 1,000,000 times. Right? How are you gonna act when they say yes? Because you're gonna be used to no, you're like, okay, wait a minute. You're like, what? Now what do I say? Right? And then how do you handle objections, right? Because where should we look, a market switch? It's hard for buyers right now. So want to go after listings, right? When that guy says, well, I don't want to give up 6%. What do you say? Just suppose you don't have to give up 6%. Would you use me now? Well, now I got him talking, right? So find out what his negative, like, what is his response? Well, you know what? If I pay you a commission, I can't net the number. Well, what's your number? Because what if you can net your number and still use me as your agent and I'll do all the work? Would you use me then? Right? So it's getting, knowing what to say and how to get yourself in the door. Because if you list his house, it's going to sell. We agree. I mean, unless the number is just totally off, right? So expectations of me, I will hold you accountable on a calendar, right? But it's up to your business plan, right? Somebody that does this full time is not gonna, they're gonna do more than my dual people, right? Your plans are gonna be totally different, but it's a business plan that you agree to. You develop it. I'll show you, hey, this is what it's gonna take to get where you're after. You develop your calendar, and then I hold you to that calendar, right? And then we work together to get you to a cap status. Is your goal to work into this full time?
Yes.
Okay, is your goal to work into this full time? Awesome, right? Now how fast do you want to do that?
Say about 6 months.
6 months, right? So that's all part of the business plan. And what we'll do is develop a business plan that'll show you this is how you can do it. Because to do that, you need a steady income, right? You can't just quit a job. Nobody can, right? Right? So expectations of an agent, be on time, attend training, course designed to achieve goals in your individual business plan. Be prepared for training and all coaching sessions. Complete all assigned homeworks and tasks. Provide them back to the coach on or before due dates. Complete training required of new agents to include, but not limited to, new agent orientation, Ignite, business plan, 411, 135, and daily calendar. I know I'm probably speaking some Spanish and French to some of y'all, right? But this is all stuff we train, right? The 411 and the 135 all directly go right back into your calendar, but they use your business plan to do it. Okay, all it is taking your business plan and putting tasks that you need to achieve to get you where you need to be. You're going to hear a lot of my stuff related to the Army because I spent 28 years in the Army. So it's like being a phase line, right? To get the objective, you got a phase line, you got to hit certain things. Same concept. Okay. Allocate sufficient time to attend training, lead generation, lead follow-up, setting appointments, negotiation scripts, and role play practices. If you cannot attend training, reach out to me and let's discuss that. Okay. My part-time people, y'all see I have starting next week. Today we'll do a part-time for dual career people, right? I call them dual career. Dual career agents will be this evening. And then guess what? It's Saturday. We start Saturday from 10 to 1 for dual career. Okay. You need to take advantage of that if you can attend it. It'll be right here in this classroom. Okay. I will have a Zoom link. I have a Zoom link for everything right now for those people that just cannot attend. But be careful of coming up with the reason to not attend, just not to go. Because as we start doing that in our life, guess what? Then we kind of find reasons not to do more. Right? We can always find a reason not to do it. Let's find a reason to do it. Right? Communicate openly and honestly with the productivity coach and agree to be held accountable for mutually set goals. So I'm not going to tell you what your goal is, but like I have a young gentleman that I've talked to already, and I asked him, he's doing this full time. He's like, well, I said, what's your goal for this year? Right? At the beginning of the year. He said 7. I said, not enough. It's not enough. Right? Let me help you set your goal because I can help you get there. Okay. And it is nice to see somebody be successful. It really is. Okay. So for those that are in the productivity coaching program, can you sign this document? Do you agree to everything on this document? Alexis?
Yeah.
Okay. So what I need y'all to do is to sign it. I'll sign it. Print your name, I'll sign it, and then what I'll do is I will email a copy of this back to you. Okay. This goes to everybody's in the productivity coaching program. Okay. Everybody's plan is going to be individual. Okay. yours gonna be different than mine, but your plan, because your schedule is different. Full-time agents, if you don't have somebody work, you should be lead generation.
What's that?
Lead generation, finding people that want to hire you as an agent. Right, lead generation. And believe it or not, you have people already that want to buy a house or sell a house. You just don't know it yet. Okay? So there.
The one question I had, I think I read it somewhere, but this PC program, this ends after your first 6 transactions,
Okay,
right?
so when you all signed on, did Jeremy have y'all signed the PC contract yet?
Yeah.
Because he will, right? There's a new one that we just got approved. So here's the program. You're in the PC program until you cap, okay? You can choose then to leave the program, right? Or the 1 year mark. Okay, but after 1 year, it's automatically gonna continue unless you say, hey, I just want out. Or there's another way you can get out, and that is we talk to you and just it ain't working, you're not committed for all the effort we're putting forward, and we'll just say, hey, it's not, you're not benefiting from it, right? I'll promise you this, if you'll stay in it, you'll be successful. Sarah, am I right?
Yes.
Look, I'm telling you, you'll be successful, but you gotta commit to your business plan, right? I'm not gonna force you to do anything that you just can't do, but if I can do this, this, and this, that's what I'm holding you accountable for, right? You agree to it, let's do it. Okay? I can tell you this, if I'd have known that this was, well, I won't say that truly, but if I'd known I could have made the money I made this last 4 years, I'd have probably retired a lot earlier. It is amazing. But you know what I had? The concept I had? Don't worry about the money and only worry about the client. And when you do that, the money will exceed everything you could have imagined it could be. I mean, it'll exceed it.
Repeat that again, don't worry about the money.
Don't worry, okay, so I see this happen all the time. Agent gets a lead, they put somebody under contract, what's the first thing they do? The very first thing they do.
Spend the money.
No. They
Commission.
calculate their commissions. They say 300,000 times 2.4%. That's exactly what they do. Why? I haven't figured it out yet. Or they'll even do it before they go under contract.
I don't wanna know.
Okay? The problem I have with that is that's all you care about. Care about the client. When you're focused on a client, what happens from that is so amazing. It's like, because guess what? They tell all their friends. You know what the best compliment in real estate is? I must be your only client. That feels awesome. When a client tells you, am I your only client? No. But the fact they felt like that, it was awesome. But guess what they're gonna do? They're gonna tell all their friends, and all I'm doing is listings now, because I don't have time to do buyers, because I passed them down to Camille, but I'm doing all these. I got a listing appointment last night. What time did I leave here? 6 o'clock?
Yeah.
Rolled out to a listing appointment, left there at 8. Got another listing appointment tonight, past clients.
How are you gonna have time for us?
Because I do all that business after hours, right? That's why I don't do buyers. I don't give them all my buyers, right? Trust me, my time, I care about my job a lot. Your success is very important, right? It's just, I want to share everything I did that made me successful with you all. Put your spin on it and go make it work. Okay? You'll see that, I'm telling you, just worry about the clients. Take care of the clients. Lead generation to get the client, and then take care of the clients. Okay? And the money you'll make will exceed everything you ever thought it could have. Okay? Well, we've already made more this year in Keller Williams than we made it the entire year last year. Agents have made more right now than everything they made last year. Okay? So just think about that concept. Okay? Where's the market? It's crazy right now. It's a great time to be an agent if your work ethic is in line with where it should be. But you got to keep moving forward. Come to the classroom. Oh, this time.
You gotta hold your mouth the right way for it. I'm telling you. There you go.
There we go.
You had to hold your mouth.
Okay. So some of the classes we're gonna have on the schedule, you'll see up here, right? Buyer training, seller training, mastermind and question answer, branding and marketing, vendor classes, script role, the script and role playing. The script and role playing for you all, I think right now is very important. Because how do you know what to say? Right? Going to the classes, you know, we have Robert Joins does classes on Mondays and Fridays. Look, if you're full-time, I'm telling you, this is where you need to be. How are you gonna know what are you gonna do when somebody wants to go into contract and you don't know how to do it? What are you gonna, I mean, they don't teach that in real estate school. I know they don't. Definitely don't teach they don't teach KW and command in there. How are you gonna know where to go? What documents to fill out? How to do it correctly? And don't put yourself out there in trouble. Okay? Well, you got a PC coach to come to, right? And if I don't know the answer, I'll do the research. If I still can't find it, I'll go to the boss. I call her boss. That's how I call her. I call her boss all the time, right? I just call her
Where are you
boss.
from, James, originally?
Where am I from? Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico.
No, I'm just saying. I just hear her voice. Puerto Rico. So, all right, so I spent 18 years in Missouri, I'm in the Army.
Oh, okay,
And I spent my whole life in the Army, it's all over the world.
okay.
I didn't pick up a Turkish accent or a German accent yet, but
Well, you do have a southern accent.
do I? I don't know, I've been to Hawaii, Georgia, Kansas.
That's Georgia.
I
Possibly.
don't know, I'm from Georgia.
Huh?
Do I have a Georgia accent?
That's
I have
not a
Georgia
Georgia
accent.
accent?
I used to do briefings in the Army and
That's all I
people would
heard.
say, hey, Todd, where are you from? I'd say Puerto Rico, and I just keep talking. And I could hear him go, there's no way he's from Puerto Rico. So the PC program is designed for you. It is for the agents to be successful and become cappers. There is nothing more that we want than for you to cap out. Think about the organization. They don't make any more money once you cap. But that's my goal, is to make you a capper. You know,
100%.
right? 100% is a great feeling. It is a great feeling.
It is.
Because but here's another thing I'm gonna tell you. You're gonna come across other agents. They're in other firms that don't have the programs that we get. They don't have the training we have, right? Don't forget what Keller Williams offers. Y'all gonna learn about this called profit share, right? I only have about 3 people in my downline, right? I have Derek in my downline now, right? But last month I made $220. The month before that I made $1,200, right? Grow your profit share. It's forever. And you can will it down to your kids. I'm gonna tell my kids I'm gonna give it to somebody's cat, right? But look, I mean, it's amazing. You're building just money that you don't even have to work for. Right? So, and I'll teach you that in the PC program. So tonight we have Thursday night for the dual career people, right? I have a Zoom link linked, right? Please be there on the Zoom link if you can't be in person. I'm asking you all to do this because it's going to make you successful. Saturday, I will be here Saturday, right? I will be here Saturday from 10 to 1, dual career. Anybody can come, but it's designed for dual career. Okay? So it sounds like, Sharon, that we have some people that did not sign the PC contract to the firm. So we might want to get Jeremy to get that copy so we can get that signed today. Okay? What questions do you all have of me inside the PC program? For the PC program? Coaching.
Hey, James, are you doing classes Monday?
New to the area, huh?
What?
He's asking,
Good
Evan
answer.
is asking a question.
Oh,
Evan.
All right.
can't hear. You know I can't hear, Sharon.
It's the ceiling talking. I was just wondering if you were doing classes on Monday on Labor Day.
Yeah, please come down.
I really messed up now.
Evan?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Hold on a sec.
Test, 1, 2.
Hold on, let me see if I can change.
I don't really think about it. That's the, you're changing the.
Evan,
Yeah, can you hear me?
we can't hear you, boo.
Okay, well, I'll make it in person.
Okay, I can hear you now. Go
Okay,
ahead.
I was just curious if you're doing any coaching classes on Monday on Labor Day.
No,
No,
Okay,
not Labor Day. It
We're
won't be on a
closed.
federal holiday, but it will be, I will do Saturday.
okay,
And we'll
Cool.
start over on Tuesday.
sounds good.
Okay.
what were your questions, Jessica?
So somebody's new to the area.
Yep.
How do you reach them?
You're nervous because you're new, right? You're an implant here, right? Like me. I was the same way. I'm from Missouri.
I'm like her, I moved here because my mom, so it wasn't like,
I moved here
I mean,
because the
I love
Army said
this, I
so.
love this state, but it wasn't like, I came from Florida,
Okay,
so,
all right,
I'm here new and
okay.
I have neighbors that are friends, but
Okay.
everybody in my neighborhood is a realtor. And people are posting stuff on Nextdoor, I'm looking for a realtor, and then they get like 25, 50 response. And I don't feel comfortable being, attacking them or,
Mhm.
I'll send a message, but that's that. So how do I?
How do you lead generate?
Yeah.
That's your question, right? Because you're an implant, you're not from here, you don't have that big database, neither was I. Right? I got out of the Army going, what am I gonna do now? Right? How much? I came here because of the Army.
Yeah.
Right? So I wanted something that, honestly, I wanted something that's self-rewarding. You can't pick a better career that's self-rewarding than this. Look at what you're doing for somebody. You're taking somebody's life savings or dream and making it reality. And you get directly rewarded for that work ethic, correct? In the Army, it's all about team, which I love, don't get me wrong, I love a team. But out here, you can rise to the top real fast. I was the same way you were. What am I gonna do? I promise you now, hey, if you start coming to class, you'll be like, wow, I do know people, right? You do know somebody right now that's looking to buy or sell. I promise you. They just don't know you. They don't know you right now. Okay? You can make a lot of money off referrals. I make a ton of money each year off referrals because of my military network, right? People that are somewhere else, they're looking to sell their house, looking to buy, right? What can I do? I can do a referral. All I did was give up a name and I can make a couple $1,000. Okay, in income. You can work really good off that. There's a gentleman that's in our PC program that sold his business. He told me, he said, James, most of my contacts are business owners. Awesome. Guess what I'm doing with him? I linked him with Diego, who's our commercial guy. Hey, you call your database, you find out all these business people are looking to sell commercial business or lease it or buy it. You let Diego work it. All he does is give up a name and connect the two. So everybody's got, I promise you have a database that's either in your phone, in your mind, somewhere that we'll put into your command. You just come to the training and I'll help. Don't be nervous. You'll get over the nervous stuff coming to the script and role play. What other questions? What do you got?
Does the productivity coach that you have, do they help you out on the first few things you do? So like your first listing, they kind of like watch, kind of.
I'll watch everything you do.
So
Like-
you'll go
like
with
an
us, you'll
eagle.
go with us?
Like an eagle.
You'll come with us?
To what?
To like if we get our first listing or whatever, you'll.
If I can put it on my calendar, I'll be glad to.
Oh, okay, I'm gonna be right there.
Okay.
I mean, I have been to open houses and sat there the
Oh,
whole
yeah.
2 hours with new agents, so they're comfortable. I am a CCW. So so I'm there to make sure they're protected because I want to make sure they're okay and everything, and just that they do everything right. They don't, as I say, sometimes blurt out vomit because they're saying
Right.
something that they shouldn't say. And I'm like, no, we can't say that.
Right. Stay in your lane.
Right,
Stay in your lane too, right? When you're out showing houses, don't become an inspector.
right.
I'm telling you, hey, I'm telling you, it happens, right? You do not become an inspector. Hey, when they point something out, what's the easiest thing to say?
I see that.
Let's get into it.
Huh? Hey, that'd be a good thing to bring up to your inspector if you put this under contract, right? Hey, bring that up to your inspector. Hey, say, I made note when I was walking through the house, I seen this. Can you just make a point of tell me why that's like that.
Right.
Do not become an inspector. That's why we do these classes for open house and showings. That's why we do it. You know, you said, how can I build business? Well, have you been on the KW site, you know, KW Facebook, and listings come out and say, hey, I need somebody to host an open house? So my job, I'm gonna be going to these team leaders out there, these rainmakers, right? Hey, what houses do you have coming? Please give it to me so I can give it to one of my PC members and PC agents, okay? So that you can have a house to host for open house. Wouldn't that be nice?
Yes.
Okay, go through a class, know how to do an open house, right? And then go host an open house,
Right.
right? Where you get the leads,
That's right, yeah.
okay? Where you can build that rapport and confidence and get that feeling of what it's like to host an open house. Okay, the market is slowing down just a little bit, right?
Yep.
You know, 2 months ago, there was no such thing as open house,
Right.
right? Open house is when you put it on the market,
Right, that day.
right? Open house was the doors open when you went to it for your showing, there
There
was
was,
30 people
yeah.
there,
Yeah.
right?
Why is it slowing down?
Well, I think time, I think, you know, people are just, you know, pulling back right now, right? When I say slow down, now they're on the market for 5 days, okay? It was
Versus
day.
one. Yeah.
So 5 days, I think.
Used to
You
be
know?
6 months.
Right, yeah, there was times when I
You
first
can-
started, I mean, at least you had 30 days.
Yeah, at
You know?
least 30, yeah.
There was a time when you listed a house that you could actually pick up buyers,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because you listed it and it would be on there for like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and people would call you and, hey, I don't have a realtor. Okay, hey, I'll be glad to show you. You may get it as a dual agent, or maybe that house didn't fit them, but you'd be their agent, right? That doesn't exist.
I went on the MLS and it's not a lot to buy. At
Yes.
all.
They're
Well, if you
going
think
it
it's not a
all.
lot now, you should have seen 2 months ago.
Right.
Right? So our inventory, right, at one time, like what they say is inventory is if no other house got put on the market. Now, think about this. This means from millions and up to 100,000, right? That we would exhaust the entire market in 11 days. So 11 days, let's think about that number. What houses are going to be the 11-day numbers? Your million, 2, 3 millions. Your 200,000s tomorrow. 300,000 tomorrow. Right? They'd just be gone. The 11 days are the $2 million, $3 million homes.
Right.
That's the only reason it hit 11. The rest of them are 1 day. So,
Actually, they don't even hit the market. They're already
Yeah.
gone sight unseen
Yeah,
yep,
before it ever gets there. So, yeah.
yeah.
that's what I've been seeing, like we'll say, coming soon, and next thing you know, it's gone.
So what does that tell you as an agent? Where should I focus my efforts to?
Listing agent.
Well, you know, that's not what I'm saying as a listing agent, but I should be asking people and really marketing towards listings. Right? So where do I want to become a professional at listing? Any other questions? No? Well, hey, thank you for your time. All right.
Okay.
You like these? We like these? You may get Jeremy and find out who hasn't.
Right. Well, yeah, see who has it. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give y'all a 10-minute break. To just go if you want to do. We don't have hot chocolate. I don't know. Ooh,
Do you
Lord.
have coffee?
We do have coffee. And if you want to take a
Okay.
bathroom break or anything, you can. So, and then we're gonna start with the boot camp, which is where we go over the documents that we need you to fill out for buyers. And we're gonna do lunch. If you want to do, you can leave for lunch. We have what we call greasy spoons. And the reason why we call it greasy spoon, because it's, I guess it's dive, no, I guess it's just places that people normally don't go. We go, and you're more than welcome to go to that. And then what we'll do is we'll come back here. We'll meet about 1 o'clock here. And then we'll finish up the rest of the day. Normally, I don't go to 4 o'clock unless I have a lot of questions. Okay, but we're gonna go over what's in that boot camp, and we're gonna finish up everything that we need to do today. If you have any more questions, of course, between James and myself, we will be teaching and being available for y'all to do it. So y'all want to go ahead and take a 10-minute break and just kind of move around, and I get set up for boot camp. You can.
Yeah, that was small.
I just lived in Westchester.
Oh, okay. Are you from the area?
Yeah,
Okay.
I lived there till I was like 17, and then I left after
Yeah, I was, that's what I did. Director of marketing at King of Fresh Mall.
You have to wear masks?
No.
It's a great law. I mean, they've expanded so much. They're up 3 million square foot law now, 450 stores.
I went there on Black Friday, this was like 5 years ago, it's probably the worst decision I made, it's like,
It's
we were trying to
crazy.
find your car when you get out, unless you remember.
Yeah.
The program-
Hey, lady. Hey, lady. How you doing?
I'm hanging in there.
Hold on a sec.
Coffee or hot chocolate it is?
They just coffee and tea because the hot they don't, the hot chocolate is back.
The weight of my heart. Let me tell you. There is no shame to this one's game. Thank you, Sharon.
You're welcome.
So sweet.
Why would you hold
Look
it
at
now?
that. You see, now you know to come to this place. She asked for snacks and she gave you snacks.
Hey, it was in the look, it's a look, y'all welcome to it, cause look, we be sneaking in there eating and we don't need to. Evan, can you hear us?
Yes, I could hear you perfect.
Can you see the screen?
Yes, I can see the share.
Okay, cool.
Thank you, Sharon.
You're welcome. If y'all have this here book, if you don't have one, at least just grab it for right now, so that way you can go over it with us. The first thing I want to talk about is, we do have on in this book, we do have like a checklist of things that you need. There's one right behind you, if you just need one, just to follow suit with. The buyer's agent is really gonna be a pretty simple one to do. We're gonna go over the contract, of course, but, okay, we got a lot of stuff in there. Hold on a second.
And where's the
Yeah, we,
checklist? You see the checklist?
it's the very first
Oh, okay.
page.
Oh, thank you. Oh, there we go.
So, in doing the checklist, there's a simpler one. This one here is mine, which is a little bit simpler. I like to have not so much stuff because I want to know exactly what I need and not all the other stuff I don't need. I am a checklist person, meaning everything I do, I like to check off. I'm a calendar person, although I don't look at the calendar every day because I just realize that some days I don't want to know that I'm slammed up with appointments, but I do look at them. So one of the things that I want to talk about how to become really successful in buyers, and the reason why we talk about buyers first before we talk about sellers is because most of the time, if you are a brand new agent, most sellers are not gonna let you just sell their house unless it's your mom, your cousin, Pookie, somebody. They may let you do it. Aunt Jane may let you do it, but everybody else is gonna be like, hold up. It's only in that instance when you're listing, they wanna know if you have experience. Because you gotta bring a marketing plan to them. How you gonna market my business? Now, in this current market, my 9-year-old grandson can sell a house, okay? And believe it, he probably can because I am in real estate. On the other side, his grandparents own a Remax company. So he's been surrounded. He knows his mother's in property management. He knows nothing but real estate. He can come in here and stand right next to me and tell y'all what y'all need to do to go and get a house ready to list and how to go and do some stuff. Why? Because when he was 2 years old, he was in my office and he was there listening to me as an admin do work. And so he knows it all. We just don't let him talk to people because we might talk us out of business. But so in that, most of the time when you're a brand new agent, most of the time you are, you're gonna deal with buyers. And when you're dealing with buyers, you're going to be able to show them houses by doing open houses, or you get a referral and you go and show them a house. And the one thing that you don't want to do when you get ready to go show somebody a house is number one, that's why I say take that triangle orientation, because that's where you learn how to access showing time in order to go show a house. There's nothing worse, y'all, than get ready to show somebody a house and you don't know how to operate the central lock.
Last night.
Or you don't know, or you forgot from being in high school about that rotate one way, rotate twice over to get to that, then go back. I hate those. I had to do that the other day to go look at a house. I was like, do y'all still have this whole thing? Or if you, the code, you know, but the central lock, I like it because you get there, it's all technology, Bluetooth, you gotta do it, make sure your phone's charged up, because if not, you don't get in. But to be there, because when you have a client and they're looking at you like, you don't know how to get in the house. Okay, this is gonna start off real good.
Right.
Or you get in there and you don't have any paperwork, you didn't bring the MLS sheet, so they ask you questions and you're like, I don't know. And if the seller didn't put, the seller's agent didn't put any information at the house, then they ask you, is it a gas pack or is it a heat pump or what? I don't know. That doesn't look professional. So make sure you come prepared. If you're going to show a house, make sure one, that I have a rule, but you don't need to follow that because this is my own personal rule that I developed after I learned the foundation. I don't show more than 10 houses to a buyer. After that, I'm checked out. I'm seriously checked out because if in 10 houses, you can't find the house that you want, then you're wasting your time. And so you definitely have to at some point be wasting mine. If, you know, and if you and your husband, if it's a husband and wife, and they're out looking at a house, I ask them before they go, who is the deciding factor of what house you're gonna get? I ask that question in front of both of them. They wanna go to the side and argue about who's gonna do whatever, then they go ahead and do it. Why? Because I'm running a business. My time is precious. So if I'm sitting here for an hour looking at a house with you, first of all, they don't even allow you to be in an hour now, it's 15, 30 minutes. Then you have to decide. I went to show house on Saturday to this couple that was referred to me. She's a former real estate agent, he's a former real estate agent, so I feel like I don't really have to do a whole lot. They already know what they're doing. I'm just showing up. I'm gonna write that contract and hopefully get them on the contract. But they're walking in and I can look at him and I already know before I get through the door, he's like, no, I'm filling this house. Because if it's not a downstairs bedroom, because his needs are bad or whatever the case may be, he's not gonna buy this house, regardless of what it is. He would like to keep it on the low end. She like to keep it on the high end. I say, can we come in the middle? And so each time I go out with them, so I've shown them 3 houses. I didn't tell them that I have 10. It's mentally in my head, 10. After 10, I'm like, let's pause for a second. Why don't we start this up in 6 months? Because obviously right now you're not comfortable with what you want and what's out here. Do you have time to wait 6 months? Yes, okay then. I'm glad to be in that position where I can wait 6 months for this person to do it while I move on to someone else. Not to disrespect them, but to let them know y'all are not on the same page. So get it together and do it. So they've shown me a couple of houses. I know exactly what they want and I know where they want to live, and so that's fine. But we were in one house and she said, God, this is a great house. But I don't like the way the window is sitting in the bedroom. I said to myself, what? You just said the house was perfect. She said, I'm not buying this house because I don't like the way it is. In that moment, because I've shown people houses, I now know what her religion is, even though she didn't want me to know, because she is looking at a house based on that to get a zen for the house. So I get it. So I was like, okay. But I'm not going through each house to see where the window is. You just let me know. If this works, it works. If it don't. If you want to, look from the outside before we go on the inside, and then you don't have to worry about it. But I've shown them 3 houses. So in my mind, I told her, she said, I'm sorry we got you. I said, no, it's okay. It's Saturday. I get to come out, get to do some stuff. I'm cool with it. I'm fine with it. But I let people know I'm running a business. So if I can't call my doctor's office at 8 o'clock at night because they're closed, that means you can't call me at 8 o'clock because I'm closed. And unless we're doing a contract, then I'm open all night, 24/7. If we're negotiating a contract, we get you on a contract. But if you just calling me, said I was looking at this house, I've had some of my clients that text me at 7 o'clock in the morning. I don't respond to 9. Because if you're doing it at 7, that's why I got do not disturb on my phone now. I've never had to do that. Now I got do not disturb, so you can't get through unless you're in my priority. You can't get through to me because I have agents that have called me at 11:30 at night and said, can you run over this offer with me? No. I said, I was sleeping, you called me. I woke up because I thought it was an emergency. She said, can I call you back in 10 minutes? I said, sure. You can call me back. I'm not gonna answer. She went under contract and that was great, but she hasn't did anything since. So just make sure when you out here, you present yourself. When you go to a showing, as much as you want to be laxed and relaxed, ripped jeans are not what I consider professional when you're going to show someone houses, okay? I come to work, technically, I come to work dressed, so if someone called me and said, like if my clients call me and say, hey, I want you to go show me a house, I can go show them that house. I've seen people show up at closings with flip-flops on, shorts on, and I'm dressed because I just feel like you're running a business, but I mean, that's them. But I just feel like if you present yourself that way, people will receive you that way and will respect you in that field that way. You know, if I'm with my friends, then I may be a little bit more relaxed because I'm with them and they see me outside of doing my business real estate. But if not, I think you carry yourself that way. If I went to, I'm telling you right now, I had a dentist and I would go to him and every time I went to him, he smelled like cigarette. And he would tell me about how I need to whiten my teeth. I said, dude, you need to get something for your breath. Because I mean, this was not with masks were in place. So I'm like, you telling me about how to keep my hygiene and for my teeth together. Put a breath mint in before you lean over me and check my own teeth, okay? That's just all I'm asking, you know? I'm not going to no doctor and he over there playing video games and he's like, no, it's not gonna happen. So I just want you to know, this is your business, carry yourself in the way that you want. You ain't got to go out there and be, whatever, but just make sure that you are dressing a little bit appropriate. When I go show houses, I try to dress comfortable enough. I'm not going to no yoga pants. I've seen people out, I'm like, she's like, yeah, I'm gonna listen. Okay, all right. So just make sure you do that. Make sure when you're going in that you go into the MLS, you pull that MLS sheet, one for you and one for your buyers. There's one that's for you that gives only information for the agent that's not to be shared with the buyer. I print both of them off and I have one to share with my client so they can look over the same sheet and then I have my stuff on mine. Because they're gonna be agents notes that's on mine that the client shouldn't be looking at. So make sure you have that. If you have central lock, make sure that you know what kind of lock you need before you get there, okay? What I like to do is I like to print the sheet, I bring a piece of paper, I bring a triangle MLS sheet with me, and I also bring a pen, so I can take notes. What they liked about the house, what they didn't like about the house. And I also like to be able to write their feedback, because they always ask you for feedback after you do a showing. So make sure that you're doing that. And when you go in, just kind of allow them, you let them in. And if it's an occupied home, I need you to walk closer to them because it's an occupied home. You don't want nobody opening up no medicine cabinets. They ain't got no business looking at what kind of medicine they taking, But if it's a vacant house, I just let them go in. For your safety, always when showing houses, open the door and allow them to go in. Okay? Do not open the door, walk in, and let them come behind you. Why?
If it hits you from behind, strangle you.
If they decide to lock the door, you don't know that, right? You may have the key, but if they lock the door, you don't know that. Okay? We've had some instances where some women have died doing showings, doing open houses. So I want to make sure that you're very careful about that. I was getting ready to go show a house and the guy looked weird. And I said, oh, I don't feel good. So I told my son, he's the youngest, that he's 6'5" and he's skinny. I knew he couldn't fight. Mommy can do that, but I knew he could run and go tell somebody to help out his mom. So I came and I remember going to look at the house, and the house was eerie. And all of a sudden I look at it and I'm like, this house looks weird. And so I was like, this guy gonna come, the house looks weird. I told my son, we get there, there are 30 cats outside.
Really?
30. Because we counted them all waiting on them to show up. Just waiting around the house. I said, this house is weird. We felt like there were cameras the whole time we were there in the house. But when he showed up with his girlfriend. I was like, phew. I was like, dude, you don't know, you getting ready to get a beat down. But we were like, we ain't taking no prisoners. We didn't know what was going on. And so my son, and I was showing, I was like, you know, this, and so I let him go into the house. They went in the house and looked at it, and I didn't say anything because I felt like I was being recorded. Be very careful when you're talking in the house and you showing, because they can, even though it's against the law, they're only supposed to be able to video camera you. They may have it so they can hear. If you're in my house and you my simply say phone, all I got to do is cut it on, and I can be quiet and I can hear your whole conversation. I don't have to say anything, but I can hear it. And so I just want you to be careful when you're having those types of conversations, okay? So get in there, and afterwards we went to another house, and I said to him, I said, hey, we are, it's real, that house there was kind of weird. He's like, yeah, it was kind of weird. And I said, that house probably won't sell. Y'all that went on the contract that weekend, somebody bought that house
With the tax.
with a 30 hat. And he bought a house right down the street, and there was a log cabin that had never been, it was a house, it was an undeveloped subdivision and beautiful home and everything. And he got it right down the street. But I'm just saying, just be careful when you're going. So when you're going and you're going to show a house, what is the one thing that if they say triggers you to present that WWREA? Working with the real estate agent brochure.
Like what they're looking for.
If they say anything, so if they say, hey, I'm looking for a house, you know, with a master bed, does that trigger that?
No,
If they say, well, you know, I can only afford like 350,000,
Yeah.
Yes.
they've now told you something very personal that triggers you to say, I don't have an agreement with you. I now represent the seller. So anything you tell me, I can share with the listing agent because I'm representing the seller in my mind until you get on the contract with me. Now, before you go and show a house, what is the one thing that I have requested and that I'm telling you now that you need in order to show a house?
Pre-qualify?
Bingo, there you go. Thank
What'd you
you. Pre-qual. That means you have had them to reach out to a lender, and that lender has went through and had a conversation with them and given them a pre-qual, meaning they have kind of soft tapped their credit, or a pull of their credit, a hard one, which we call as a pre-approval. You gotta have one or the other. You can't just go around showing people houses and you don't know what they can afford. I have taken, and they said, well, why do you need it? I said, because I don't want you to go look at this back then, $250,000 house and you only can afford 150. Now you wasted my time and you wasted your time, and the seller don't want you in their house if you can't afford it. When I do open houses and people come in and they are hesitant, I know they're gonna give me the fake 1, 2, 3, 5 number. I know it's not the right number. They just want to give me a number, whatever, but I can say, at least this person said they was in the house. But you always say to them, when you're doing an open house, you say to them, listen, I'm taking the seller want to know who's interested into their home. Have there been cases where people come into the home to scope it out? Yeah, nosy neighbors, they want to see, oh, if the house look better than mine. They said it was better looking and I want to go see. We know the nosy neighbor, and let me tell you what the trigger is for a nosy neighbor. Oh, I live right down the street. You ain't want to buy this house, you just want to know what the house will sell for, to see if maybe the value of yours will go
they
up.
came for the snacks.
Yeah. And then, of course, if you are just having someone, there have been people that will scope a house out. And that person may get robbed because while they're in the house looking, they see the different things and you're not paying attention because you got to, they'll sometimes bring a couple, they'll bring somebody in, you talking to one while they're scoping out of. You just have to be careful. This is a place where you're opening yourself up to people who don't have nothing else to do but try to invade somebody else's, house and do stuff. So you just have to be careful. I'm not saying you gotta be a cop, but you definitely gotta be looking. Okay? So once you get into the house, and of course it triggers there, I have a brochure that I carry with me, so that way I can show it to them and I can explain it to them and I can say, listen, I'm gonna send this to you so that way you'll know that I represent the seller until we have something on the contract. Have I taken people out for a house And then they say, I want to put an offer in, and I send them the working with and the buyer agency at that time. Here's what I do. I said, I'm gonna go and prepare this offer for you. I send the working with and the buyer agency to them first. I said, did y'all sign them documents? Yeah, but we didn't see the offer first. You will sign those documents. As soon as you sign that, then I can send you the other ones. I'll explain to you what it is. It's a buyer agency to say I'm representing you. Now, you cannot put in an offer and not have had the buyer agency agreement. Because guess what? If the offer is accepted, you don't have a buyer agency agreement, you don't get paid. Okay, so that's why I say, make sure you have them to sign that. Sometimes they're a little hesitant, no, I don't wanna sign, okay, but when we put in this offer, I can promise you, you're gonna sign it. Or I'm not submitting that offer. You think I'm gonna submit it so you can get a house and I'm not gonna get paid? The devil is a liar. That ain't happening. I'm not working for free. You know, I love everybody. Thank you for your business, but yes, this is a business. So make sure you do that. When you get to the part where you are doing a buyer's agency agreement, everybody flip, everybody on the page for the buyer agency agreement. Well, first of all, let me go over the working with. I'm sorry. The working with has just got changed. Let's do the working with first, because that one's is changed. And so now they have changed it to make it simpler. The old one, let's just be honest. They would say, did you read through it? No, I did not. I'm sorry. This is a whole lot of stuff. I don't know what all they wanted me to say. I represent the seller. Unless you get on a contract with me, or I would do the basic. Now they've made it simpler. So now, when filling this form out, we need you to fill out all of them, but unrepresented buyer. Why? Why would we want you to do all three of them?
So that if you later on, you don't have to change it if you're gonna show a house as opposed to a code.
That. But the reason why we want you to do it, because see, each one of them is a different section. The buyer agency agreement is basically you're agreeing that it says here that you will be loyal to them. So the buyer agency agreement is one. And most of the time we have it already Xed out. So when you get on our DocuSign, when you come into the tech classes that Robert's gonna teach on Mondays and Fridays, it should already be set up for you to get in DocuSign. But in KW Command, that'll take you to DocuSign, but these should already be done. The next one will be dual agency. Why do we do dual agency? Why do we ask our buyers to sign off on dual agency?
Is it so buyers can look at listings within our office?
That's it. And what's the other way? I'll tell you what he just said, if y'all can't hear.
I didn't hear.
Anybody know the other way? There are two different ways that we represent in dual agency agreements. One is what Evan just said, which is if we have a listing here, I represent the buyer and Derek has a listing. Dual agency means the firm has the representation of both sides. That's what dual agency means. That means Keller Williams has a listing and the buyer contract. That's dual. And then the other way is if you decide that you are listing a house and you get an unrepresented buyer that comes and says, I want to put in an offer on your house, can you list it? Can you put in an offer for me? And the answer is yes. Do I recommend it? No. Because it's very difficult, unless it's land, and I say land because there's not a whole lot to do with land. You just basically go out there, see if it perks, see if you survey right, that's pretty much it. Unless there's an easement on the property. So you can kind of list it and help someone write an offer. But when it comes to a house, if you are a dual agent, you cannot say anything. You're a mediator between the two. That means if your buyer looks at you and say, you think I need to put in this amount for the offer? You can't say anything because you represent the seller. And how difficult it is if you're loyal to one to try to be loyal to two at the same time. You can't. I can't lie to one and say, yeah, this is a great house, and the seller say, yes, or I mean, the roof is caving in another year. You can't do that. So that's what kicks in. So that's why we tell you to do the dual agency, more so for the firm part of it. But then the designated dual is where if you do the dual, where Derek has the listing, I have the buyer, And we're both doing it, but we're designated, meaning I'm gonna only represent the buyer, you're only gonna represent the seller. So now I can give advice, whereas before I couldn't. That's where the designate is. So when you're doing a working with, all three of those should be done. The only time those all three should not be checked is if you're only doing an unrepresented buyer, and none of those are checked, just the unrepresented buyer. And when do you have an unrepresented buyer? I just said a few minutes ago. They don't have agreement with anybody. They come in and say, listen, I just want you to list it. I want you to put this offering for me, but I don't know why they would do that. It's crazy, but some people would do that. I would much rather be represented. And if you're representing as a buyer's agent, the seller's the one paying your commission, not the buyer's agent. So make sure that you have that done. So now let's jump over to the buyer's agency agreement.
Hey, quick question, Sharon.
Yep.
So if you're representing the seller and you find the buyer and you want to pass them off to somebody in your office, is it common practice to request a referral fee in that scenario?
Yeah.
But you disclose it obviously with your client.
Yeah, just disclose it that you're going to refer it to them because you feel like you can't do a really good job if you are, if you're representing the others, you know.
Yeah.
Kevin, say something else.
What's that?
I don't know why we can't hear you that well, but okay, but I can hear you.
Okay, sorry.
Sound right, okay. So yeah, so when, if you decide you want to refer it out, 25% is the customary thing we always ask for. That's to pass it off to someone else for them to do the work. You have to fill out a form, a referral form, and then you can sign it. You don't need me to sign it, and we'll put it in the file. So that way, when it closes, 25% of the commission goes to you. And y'all, just for the record, it's a beautiful thing to not have to work, show no houses, do nothing, and send it off and let somebody else do the work. And if it's commercial, we cannot. If you're residential, we can do. Commercial, we cannot. It's too complicated. Refer it to somebody in the commercial division. We have about 8 of those there. I can refer you to Tom or Gary or Raina, some of those people that are on that team, Diego, because it's too complicated. And I think the last team meeting we had, they stood up here, they were talking for the commercial division. They tell us what new companies are coming, so we get to know all this information. And they said someone referred us a business, and I'm handing them over a $12,000 check today. You didn't have to do nothing but send this person. You didn't even know their name hardly, and you send it to them, and they got on the contract and get a $12,000 check. Wow. I'm sorry, but they'll be sent. I'll be like a conveyor line. I'll be sending them over there if I can do it. So when doing a exclusive buyer agency, this is the brand new one that came out in July. We have a date. Make sure you date it. If you don't date it, we consider it null and void. It's not, we can't even force them to do what they need to do. So make sure it's dated. Make sure when you're putting in the person's name that you have both partners. In North Carolina, what does it say?
1 to 5, 2 to 7.
There you go. What did you say? 1 to buy, 2 to sell. So hubby can go out there and get one with girlfriend if he wants to. But wife will help him sell it and get half of the proceeds, okay? I listen, and if you want to know why that has to be done, and why they ask for the seller's ID when they come in to do a closing, is because homeboy or homegirl has did just that. Bought a house. I have a friend, and I live with her right now. And when she got ready to get a divorce, well, she wasn't getting a divorce. She looked at me, she said, I don't know where he's living. I said, well, let's find out. What's your husband's company name? He had bought 2 houses.
That's
One for $100,000, one $200,000. She living in she probably paid $100,000 for hers. And he living with her, but he had 2 houses in his company's name. Huh?
That both of them, she had, if they were married and they got it, weren't they also hers?
You think? She didn't know that.
Right, she didn't know it.
She didn't know that.
He was trying to keep it from.
And look, I met her in paralegal school, so I was like homegirl. I mean, I know how to do detective work if you need me to do some detective work. And so we were able to find it out. Now, he still owns those houses because he, you know, maybe she did in the, you know, he needed a green card. There were a lot of stuff with that. And I looked at her and I said, give him the green card because he paid off your house, bought your brand new car. He paid off your vacation home. I said, girl, you got more from this man than some of us get, and we've been with him forever.
Forget that $100,000.
I was like, keep it all. You got a house you don't have to pay for, rent, I mean, no
He
mortgage.
did right.
He bought a brand new car. He give her a whole lot of money that she still got, and he paid on her vacation, and paid for a cell phone for it 2 years after they were divorced. Look. And she was, and I said, what you crying for? You got the best deal. Some of us still crying, but we still got debt from that person. So anyway, I digress. But the thing about it is that you need two people, both sellers need to sign. If they're heirs, everybody has to sign, y'all. We have something called additional addendum, okay? So that way, everybody has to sign. So if you got Aunt Jane and her husband, you got Uncle Michael over here and his wife, and then one of them has died and they have children, all of them have to sign off on that home or that land. It's most of the time land when it's like that, but house, they all have to sign off. Because what happens is, and it happened, and I had to settle it, they turned it into the North Carolina Real Estate Commission, because what happened is they wrote a due diligence check, but they only wrote it to one person. The other person said, I never got none of the money, and I'm a seller. And so, oh, wait, we just wrote it to one person. No. Even if you divorce, when my ex and I sold the house, we already were divorced, and I said, write a check. So whatever it was, split it right down the middle. Write one to him and write one to me. It still adds up to be the same. But you have to make sure everybody's in there and that everybody signs everything. The contract, the residential property disclosure, all that stuff. Make sure it's all signed, okay? So we're putting that in, and then who is the contract with? Is it with you? Or is it with the firm?
The firm.
It's with the firm. So if somebody come to you and say, hey, I don't like working with Alexa. I'm like, gosh, that's the girl, what happened? I don't know, she tripping. Okay. It's still our buyer's agent, so can I take over for that?
No,
Yes.
you can.
Yeah. I got the power. I literally can. I can work that whole deal for her and she still get a commission check, but remove her from the thing.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yes, but if someone looks at me and says, listen, I want to terminate from Keller Williams, I don't want nothing to do with it. I've had somebody just say, no, you gotta stay here because we signed for 6 months. You in this here, and I look at them and I say, what date did you want to get out of this contract? Because if a person doesn't want to work with you, why would you hold them to 6 months?
Hostage, yeah.
I wouldn't, I would just let them go. Because here's what's gonna
They're
happen.
gonna complain.
They're gonna complain and they're not gonna say Alexa was a bad agent. They're
It's
gonna
gonna
say
get worse.
Keller Williams agent. So everybody was bad. So I very kindly say, it's been wonderful talking to you. They said, oh, you're such a great person. And I said, I just sent it over to you, sign it back to me and I'll sign off on it. You're done. And I'm sorry for that agent, but if y'all are having some issues, I gotta fix it. And the way to fix it is listen, if you can get divorced from somebody, then you surely ought to be able to get out of a deal with your agent. Okay, so you have.
Yeah, but that's supposed to be a happy time for them. You don't want to make them miserable by having to do it.
Right.
They're not gonna be happy anyway.
They're not gonna be happy unless I take over. Now, if they're in the middle of it, then I'm gonna take it over because I'm looking at Keller Williams, some money going out the door. So I'm gonna close that for you. I'm gonna show up, I'm gonna do everything that we need to do. Okay? Jamal did a nice thing for me last Thursday. We were going to an inspection because one of my agents was killed. Yes, Derek, it was a month ago, the 29th. She was shot and killed. And so I had to pick up the pieces and do it. Thank God everything was done. but she was shot and killed. She was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. She wasn't even supposed to be there. But he went with me. He knows, we went. And here I had to pick up the pieces, and lucky for me, she did all, I had trained her well. All the stuff that I needed in that file was there. And so we were able to go and do this inspection for her clients. They're supposed to close next week in her death. So the firm has to pick up where the agent is not able to. And so that's why we asked y'all to make sure y'all are doing things right. I didn't even know she had them under contract. She was outside of working and being an agent, she was very different. So in that instance, that's why it's the firm that makes the decision. And the person that represents the firm that decides whether we go or not is the broker in charge. So make sure you have that in there, okay? I recommend you go over things with your client when you're doing this. It doesn't take much. You don't have to go through every single thing. It's good to read it so you can go through it. If you need to read it for yourself, read it for yourself. So when you explain it to someone, you can give them the bullet points. Do you know how long it would take to read it? We have some agents that would do that, and I think that's great. But what I do is I go over the bullet points, and then I said, I'm gonna send it over to you. I want you to read it. If you have any questions, talk to me, okay? So when it gets down to the type of property, the only kind we do is what?
Residential.
So that's the only one you check, residential, okay? That means new construction, short sale, foreclosure, resale, whatever, so it'll be residential, improved and unimproved, okay? General location. If you are working with someone and they want to be in Wake County, put Wake County down. But also remember that you're putting down, I put down surrounding counties. Let me tell you why. Because you can be driving down the road and you think you're still in Wake County, because Jamal and I went, and I'm like, oh, it's in Wake County. No, it's in Johnston County. But it's not far from this office. So just make sure you put surrounding counties, because here's what can happen. If you put down just Wake County. And so that client goes, your buyer goes out and she looks at a house, and so the house is in Durham County, but you only put Wake County. Can that buyer have a buyer's agency agreement with an agent that's only doing Durham County?
Yes.
Yeah. And when you come to me and said, I'm working with them and they went and put an offer in on a house in Durham, I said, let me look, I always ask, let me see your listing agreement, let me see your buyer's agency agreement. If it only says Wake County, guess what?
It's only Wake County.
It's only Wake County. I've had an agent call me, matter of fact, with James White. And she was working with someone and he went and put in an offer in Greensboro, which is Guilford County. And she was like, can I still hold this? Mm-mm, 'cause you don't have it. So I talked to the lady and I said, can you at least give them a referral? They said no, because we were working with them in Guilford County before they ever went down there and worked with her. She looked prepared. Or a lesson to learn. That was when he first came here and was what she was not happy, and I said, I'm sorry.
Do you find that sellers and buyers often think that they can sign
Yes.
with multiple
Yes.
agents just to get?
Yes, yes,
So it's the agent's responsibility to inform them at the signing that, you know, I represent you, and if you can't bring another person in to represent the same area.
yeah, I mean, if they wanna do Durham, I'm saying Durham is like
Yes.
20 minutes down the road.
Right.
You, don't tell that first client I had went to someone's house, and I did her area and surrounding areas, okay, counties. And so she called me, she said, oh, I just put in an offer. I didn't write it. Who you put in an offer with? And she said, oh, the woman told me I could put in an offer, and she was somewhere putting it in, and I had to call the listing agent and say, listen, hate to tell you this, what's your email address? I'm getting ready to send over to you that my client actually is, I already have an agreement with her. She said, ain't this something?
So we sort of default back to whoever had the earliest agreement dated.
Right, and so I had it, and so I sent it to her, and the woman was like, no, we rejecting this offer. Of course you are, because you were not getting it. And I had to explain to my client, that's why I say she was my toughest one, my first one. I said to her, I said, listen, I represent you. on any real estate purchase you want to buy. You cannot go places and act as if I'm not available. You can't act like I don't exist. I do. I have a contract that says I do exist. And she was like, oh, I just thought I could go over there and she write a contract, you get paid. No, that ain't how it worked. Homegirl was looking at a double deal. She listed agent and on the other side, she was happy until she found out that she wasn't gonna be happy. So, but that's because I put it in place. If I had to do over again, I should have let her go, but I did. But the thing about it is, she taught me how to be the best agent that I can be out there. And so I was glad I had her. And I know she, at some point, she gonna want me to send her a referral for always talking about her. But it's exactly, I mean, it was hardcore, because there were some days I went home crying, because I should have known something was wrong with her when the first listing showing that we went on, she ran out of gas. And I had to go buy a gas tank, a gas container, and put $5 for gas in it. I said, I should have known that day that wasn't gonna go well. But I was brand new, I was eager because this was my first client, I was excited. And she looked at me, she said, she went to me, you ain't doing your job. I was like, you ain't paying me. And even afterwards, she would call me and say to me, I think I'm sick from buying this house because the water. And she said, I done lost weight. I said, okay, your daughter living there with you and your son, are they sick? No. They drinking the same water you drinking. And she was like, when I get ready to list my house, I want you to sell. I blocked her. No. I said, no. If she find me, where she called here and they give her my information, I'm gonna refer to one of y'all. I promise you, I'm not doing it. Ooh, and she worked for the youth. I said, the service that y'all post. She was a mess. Ooh, Lord, she was. So anyway.
That made all the rest of your
yes,
transactions.
yes. Oh Lord, I said, ooh, the one I just did, and I was like trying to make up for a bad deal with another Keller Williams agent who happens to be in my downline, and I closed her, and she was the same way. She said, I don't trust you. And I said, it's okay, that's fine. As long as I can get that commission check. If you ain't got to trust me, you ain't got to do nothing, I'm just gonna make everything right. And then at the end of, she looked at me, she said, you know, you did all right. I said, you made it hard for me. I said, but it's all good. She said, well, you got a commission check. I said, girl, that check gone. So anyway, it was Christmas time, so it was gone. But I did take my kids, it was a bucket list. I took my kids to the beach, and we had Christmas at the beach. So yeah, that was good. So anyway, make sure you put in the general area where you're going to show somebody a house, okay? Always do that. Now, on a team, I will tell you, Kathy, that I used to have to fill out these forms for my grade man. I don't know if that's something Todd would have you to do, but that's something that I was doing. So
This is a lot.
When you get to number 3, we don't need number 2. We know the effective date is when they sign. Is the term. So make sure you have a beginning and an end. That means whatever day that you get them to sign, and make sure it's an end. Now, it used to be where you didn't have two sections that you can do, but now, because we're dealing with investors, there are some people will go in and they will do one deal and then another deal. We're just making it so you only have to do one buyer's agency agreement if you have an investor. I work with an investor, so when she went ready to go and buy stuff, I have one, and it lasts for the whole year. If it's just one person and one property, I do 6 months. If it's an investor, I want to keep it going. So make sure when you're doing it, if you're doing one property, then you, for the term, you will check that first box because it says person, a single property. And if it's for a buyer who's purchasing more, then it's a second one, okay? So make sure that you're filling that out. When you get to the compensation part, Keller Williams does not charge a non-refundable fee. There are companies out there that do, we do not. We don't feel like the person has to pay a fee to utilize an agent in our office services. So that'll always be 0. And make sure you put 0 in there, either 0 or NA. Okay, and then right below it, always answer that question. Every box needs to be addressed. I will put shall not be credited because we're not doing anything. Okay. And then when it comes to the buyer agrees, the firm's fee for the services hereunder should be in the amount of. I come from the west side of this state, new like Greensboro and Burlington, where we thought split down the middle, 6% is what. It's not customary, because you know, you're not supposed to say that, but it's definitely where you should be feeling like that 6% is what we obtain, we would like to have. When we do it, here is the only area where it's funky, and I say it in the nicest way, because they don't want 3%, 2.4, 2.6, who does that? People here. So what you have to do when you put in an offer, I'd like for you to put in 3%, because that is what will be catch all, okay? But understand something, you can always go in and change it by doing a change form that will change it so it says 2.4. Now, the other question that a lot of buyers have that we'd like to address is it says in the contract that whatever the difference is, we can get from the buyer. We don't do that. Whatever the amount is that they're gonna pay us, that's it. We don't go and ask the buyers to cover something. Unless it's a for sale by owner and maybe the buyer has agreed to pay it because you're not getting a commission from a for sale by owner. But other than that, most people will put 2.4 because that's the norm. But now say for instance, they put 2.6 in the triangle MLS. Then what are you gonna get paid? If you got 2.4 on your buyer's agency agreement, but on the MLS, that house that you just put on the contract is 2.6, which one are you gonna get paid?
2.4.
Mm-mm.
2.6.
Whatever's in the MLS is what you get paid. That's why if you're a listing agent, make sure you put that in right, because you're on the hook for that. It'll be the 2.6, so how do you fix that 2.4? You just go in and do an amendment to the agreement. Like anything, it's a change, I can't even think of what it is right now. Agreement to amend the agency agreement, and you will change it from 2.4 to 2.6. And have your buyers to sign it and let them know, I'm gonna get 0.2% more than what I thought, because this house, that's how much they were paying on commission. Now, I want y'all all to write this stuff down. Now, you don't have to until you're ready. Because here's what I want y'all to understand. When I have a class like this here, I don't have time to get a call from you at 6 o'clock at night when I done left the office, where you trying to figure out how do I fill out this form. That's why I do it, okay? So make sure you have it in there. And then, of course, in a case like I just was having with Jamal, where they say, hey, it's a new construction, we're only paying $5,000, no more, no less. Then that's what you put in there. You don't put a percent, because it says the fee, you just drop down or whatever, and you put how much that is. But that's for that just one person. If they're already on the contract or they're already ready to sign and you know how much it is, then go ahead and put it in there, okay? And that's what you do.
Shannon, can I ask you a question?
Yeah,
Do you have filled out samples of these so we can look at it?
no, we give you this so you can fill it out now.
Oh, okay,
That's yours to take home.
okay.
So I have one that's filled out, but it's highlighted. I don't have how much it is highlighted, it's just highlighted, okay? So you can remember.
So those change forms you're talking about or whatever, you can change that anytime. So if you have someone that decides to buy new construction, then you can go ahead and swap it out for like.
You cannot swap, you can keep that because we still need the agreement, but then you can do an amendment. So it's not gonna be paid the 2.4, the 2.6, but it's gonna be paid the 3,500 or the 1,500, whatever it is. If it's a FISBO, they may say, hey, I'm not paying you 3%, 2%. I'm gonna pay you $2,000 for this deal. It's gonna hurt your pocket if they selling it for like 200 or 300,000, because I'm like, look, James said, don't be writing that thing. I be looking because I'm saying to myself, okay, we're gonna do this here, but it's a for sale by owner and you don't have none of the paperwork. You know, it feels, so that's a different speed there. Now, let me say this much here. If you were taking someone out to go see a for sale by owner, before you ever show any showing, make sure if it's a for sale by owner that you are presenting them with what we call a compensation agreement to pay me as the buyer's agent. It is never to be presented to the for sale by owner after you've shown the house. It is to be presented before you show the house. You understand what I'm trying to tell you? Because after you've shown the house, you've already exposed your clients to it. The buyer, the for sale by owner, this is what I'm only talking about, the for sale by owner, is not obligated to pay you anything, because they haven't agreed to pay you. But if you have already said, I am bringing a person to your house, it's a for sale by owner, and if they decide to put it under contract, what will you agree to pay me? It's already in place. Now, you will also need that if you decide, I want to go to Greensboro and show a house, but you're in this market here, you're in Raleigh, you decide, oh no, I want to go to the Greensboro and show this house because, hey, they're looking at a $500,000 house and I want to get it. You can still show that house, but you now have to present that agent with that compensation because you're not in their MLS, and guess what? They're not beholden to pay you what's in their triad MLS. Only if it's in the triangle MLS are they supposed to pay you what's in there. Remember that. So y'all understand what I'm trying to tell y'all?
So how do you do that then? You have to put that in the contract, I mean, be in that Greensboro MLS?
Bingo. You would have to be in that green, you are paid based on the MLS you belong to. So if you don't belong to the triad MLS and you still want to show a house and you haven't asked them, there's no agreement there because you don't belong to that. You're not a member, so they're not, you know, what's the word I'm trying to say? They're not obligated to pay you that because you're not a member. You only get paid on the MLS that you're a member of, unless you establish that first show. And I'll try to show y'all one, see if I can find one where you can see the compensation thing and what you need to make sure, because it has a listing agent, they agree to pay you this and the whole 9 yards.
That's good to know.
It's good to know. Now, understand this here. This office belongs to 5 MLSs. The Triad, Alamance, just the Burlington Alamance, because they have their own little one. So Triad covers Greensboro, Winston-Salem, High Point, Thomasville, Asheboro, all of those in there, Reedsville, all of those included in there. You have to pay to join them. Then we're in the Triangle. We're in the Alamance, Burlington one that covers Mebane, Graham, Burlington, Winston, all those little places. Then we belong to Triangle. Then we belong to Fayetteville, which is Longleaf. So you can go down there if you join and sell in Fayetteville, Spring Hope, all those little Lillington, all those little towns. And then the last one that we belong to covers about 35 counties. And it is, or maybe less, it may be less, but it's called Flex MLS. It's $60 a month. And it covers all the way down to Brunswick County before you get to South Carolina. And as far up as Little Washington, which is right before you get into the Outer Banks. Actually, it's a little past Morehead City, but that covers that and all the way to Rocky Mount. So you can go show those, but you have to join.
So besides the TMLS, you wouldn't recommend joining already unless you.
I wouldn't recommend you do it unless you start to see. Now, if you're from Rocky Mount, then you might want to join Rocky Mount because you have family and people that might want to buy. So you may do more business in Rocky Mount than you normally would for Alamance. For me, it's important for me to be in Triad because I just sold a house and helped someone buy a house and helped them buy a house 4 years ago in Greensboro. So does it work for me? Yes, I have to pay some stuff, but it works for me. But I wouldn't do it in Fayetteville because I'm not going to Fayetteville, so nothing. I mean, nothing. Not even on a hell of nothing. Because I'll refer it to somebody, but I'm not going there. And the other thing is, I'm not going in places that I am not familiar with because I think it's a disservice to your client. Unless it's now, if it's my daughter, I go all the way to Jacksonville, North Carolina, because that's where I'm from, and I will show her a house. Why? Because it's my daughter. And I can show it because I'm in a Flex MLS, but I'm just saying. But there's some people who did it for Charlotte, but just be wary of that, okay? So just make sure that you're doing that.
So if I have a buyer in Rocky Mount and I'm not on that MLS, I won't get paid.
Not unless you send, if you put in an offer, if you showing them a house and they're serious about buying a house, you need to send over a compensation. How much would you pay me if my client decided to put this house on the offer, put an offer on this house? You need to do that. My investor goes to Rocky Mount a lot. She hasn't did anything because of COVID, so it's kind of been, investors can't do like they have been doing. But yeah, so I would show houses. And I would send something to them and say, hey, if I put this house on the contract before, and what I would do is I would send it to them and say, hey, how much would you be willing to pay? Oh, because sometimes Rocky Mount listings are in TMLS. And if they're in TMLS, they have to still cover you from there.
What if it's new construction?
You can pray about that. Because the new construction, some are saying they'll pay you something, some say they're not paying you anything. Why? Because they know people need the houses because of the house shortage. So I would definitely send something to a new construction and say, how much will you pay if I bought a bike? Now, with them having lotteries and all this other stuff, they'd be like, yeah, whatever. Okay, because it's hard to do. I haven't yet to ever sell one. The first one I'm dealing with is with this young lady that passed away, her clients. I never had dealt with the construction because I didn't like how they were doing stuff. So, yeah. So once you get to this part, under C, you see there's a blank. The blank is for the protection period. Do y'all understand what the protection period means?
You're talking about this, like the due diligence.
You see the protection period is C2.
C2.
It says protection period. Should be on the second page. You see that little blank in the middle there?
So you get paid, like right after you guys split after the contract. you
Bingo.
showed them the house to begin with.
That's right. What is that? That means if you are the procuring clause for why someone was presented a house, it expires, and then all of a sudden they go back and talk to the buyer, the seller, and say, hey, I'm not working with that buyer. You don't have to worry about paying them no commission. Can we do a deal? Especially with a business. Okay? And then all of a sudden you notice the house is under contract, they don't got it sold or whatever the case may be, and you find out your clients went back there. If you're the reason why they did it, then guess what? You're owed a commission. Okay? So some people put 30. 45, 60, some people 120. Let me tell you something, I ain't getting ready to chase nobody down. I don't got that kind of time. But 60 days, I can see that. After that, I'm on to somebody else. Okay, so it's up to you what you want to put, but you have to put something in there. You can't leave it blank. Okay. And let me tell you, the reason why I don't go over all this stuff, because the mind is a beautiful thing when you apply yourself. Read it at your own discretion. Okay. So.
But read it.
But read it. That's right.
Read it.
Read it. So let's go to page 3. The buyer's duties. Is this something that I would highlight? So you can explain, that's something you should take the time to explain to your buyers, what the duties are. Because you're gonna explain to your sellers, I'm sorry, not sellers, you're gonna explain to your buyers what your duties are to them, okay? So that will be something I will highlight when I'm showing it to them and say, I want you to read over this, okay? Just remember, you're supposed to be exclusively working with me, not me and everybody else you talk to, you know? Any properties you're interested in look at, make sure you're telling your agent, this is what I want to go look at. So explain these things to them, okay? Make sure when you get to the other professional advice, which is number 10, and you check these boxes off, that you are giving them a copy, a sample copy of the offer to purchase, of the Q&A, and of the professional service disclosure. Now, everybody knows what the offer to purchase is, and everybody knows what the Q&A is. If not, there's a little booklet that says Q&A on it, just explain about inspections. But who knows what professional service disclosure is?
Inspector.
What is the purpose for the professional services loan? No, James, you cannot answer that question.
Would this be for them to get get their stuff out of the way for the house? I don't know how to explain it right.
Okay, Jamal, what is it? Yeah, you close. Jamal, what is it?
So it allows the buyer to either enroll or waive their rights in order to do things such as like in a CPA tax advisor, get a home warranty, do a home inspection, all these things that may be required before they purchase the home.
Right. And why do we want them to sign off on it? There's a reason why.
In case something's
So
wrong,
when I know
they
liable.
can't come back to you and say, you have authority.
That's exactly why. Yeah, liable. Let me tell you something. We had an agent who was sued and we had to pay in litigation because they had referred someone. One of the things that I always tell agents, be very careful about how you present your main man, and who is your inspector, your main lender, because you want to give them options. The reason why I was with my ex and I was able to go back and sue the builder is because they had presented someone to us that we had not picked for ourselves to do a soil test, because we had well and septic. Because they had taken somebody they worked with to use and do the land and found out that land did not perk. We had 3 acres of land and none of it perked, so we couldn't build a house on it. But we just spent $36,000 to buy the land and mowed it down, which charged us $20,000. And we couldn't use not one piece of that land to build a house on. So the reason why we were able to sue is because they had picked a soil engineer to go out and test it to find out they used the wrong test. And Orange County at the time, when we lived in Hills, outside of Hillsborough, said, be glad that you only got $36,000 that you lost. We wait 2 years to get a house, and then you just tell us that we're out of $50,000 and we should be happy, at least it's not a house. We can't build no house. We need our money back. And so we were able to sue them because we were able to get the money back because we were able to say, we didn't pick these people. We had nothing to do with whoever the soil engineer was. And so that's how we were able to sue.
What was wrong with the soil?
It didn't perk. And what it means didn't perk, that means you couldn't build anything, nothing. When it
Traditional.
went down, flooded, it couldn't hold a septic tank. And I had 5 people in my family. And we all big, and it's one of all of us. Were young. So we couldn't do anything with land, it was a waste. That land's still sitting there, but they gave us our money back and we found some other land that already had a septic on it. But what I'm saying is you have to be careful, make sure that they are making that decision. The attorney, the home warranty, the homeowner's insurance, whatever they're using, make sure they sign off that they agree that they're okay with you using it, okay?
Sharon, can I say something?
Yeah,
Hey, every month, as a realtor, you'll get an email from the Raleigh Real Estate Commissioner, from the North Carolina Real Estate Commission, and they bring up issues, right? So a year ago, this form came up. You'll notice the form was changed, for some of you don't know, but it was changed to add things like HVAC, right? Because you're showing a home to a seller or to a buyer in the summertime, and they don't, a home inspector is not testing the heat. It's not his job, okay? But as agents, we should ask them, hey, do you want an HVAC inspection? So they can test it, because come winter time, when you turn the HVAC on, it didn't work. Right? So when they come back and forth, as an agent, are you disclosing, do you want this or do you not? So then it becomes, well, you never told me I need an HVAC inspection. Well, if I didn't get this form signed, guess what? Well, how's the real estate commission gonna look at that? Did you do your due diligence as an agent to offer them the services? Right? The opportunity. So be careful, read them articles. I call it the legal eagle, right? I love it. I teach it in the PC program. You're gonna learn an agent's name and what they did wrong, right? So what does that teach you? What not to do,
right.
right? This is a big one, because this protects you as an agent.
We call it CYA or CYA.
So what's the name of it again?
Professional service, here,
Disclosure.
here, I'll show you what,
It's
here,
in the book.
I'll let you see what it looks like. It's this. So that way you can name the, listen, if you don't know, if you putting in an offer, you should know who the attorney is. But definitely make sure that you have this here, and you need to have, who is it ordered by? You can have one that you've done and already done, or that you've already done. I have mine set up where the buyer determines who the lender is, the buyer to determine who their attorney is, the buyer, you can do that. You don't have to list anybody. And I will tell y'all, I got caught. I did, that young man that I took, that I thought looked kind of crazy, I took him to that log cabin. First of all, log cabins is very difficult to get insured. Why? Because it's a log cabin. Okay, but I also had gotten a home warranty, but because this was a new build, never had been lived in, my guy that I go to for home warranties filled it out for me, and he said, it's a new construction. I said, yes, never been used. So he did a builder's warranty. I don't have a builder. It's the subdivision is not even operating anymore. It just was sitting there and they was trying to sell it. And so he gets ready to cut on his HVAC in the winter. It's not working. Even if this house never been used, never anything. And so he said, I called the warranty and they said, oh, you got a builder's warranty, and then we kick in. There's no builder. So there's really no warranty. So lucky for me, I had a nice guy who I work with in home warranty that said, let's backdate this. You pay the difference of what it costs, even though I made a mistake. And then I had to negotiate. I had to talk to my client and say, we made an error because I didn't pay attention to it. And so the next year, when it came time for him to renew his, I made a promise to pay his entire home warranty for another year. So when he came, he said, Sharon, is due. He said, I've already paid for it. I said, good, tell me how much it was. He told me how much it was. I rolled right past his house, wrote a check, stuck it in his mailbox, and reimbursed him for what he spent. Because I didn't pay attention that it was for a builder when there was no builder. It should have been just a warranty. So when he called and asked about getting the HVAC fixed, he couldn't do it. And it was like almost, so I paid $350, I think it was $350, $400, I can't remember how, but to fix that HVAC was like $4,000. So I'd much rather pay that than to pay the $4,000, but I was on the hook for it. What you wanted to ask me?
So this, at this point, it's just for review purposes, for them to look over, and then once they make their decision about it, that's when we have to sign it. Okay.
That's right, that's right. I have one that I did a template, and so I upload it, and it says a sample across it.
Okay.
Okay, so just make sure that when you click that you're sharing that with them, because they're just clicking it. Home warranty, we don't have a home warranty here. We do have preferred home warranties. They're providing you with the snacks back, their choice. But you put 0 or NA, okay? If there are any provisions, and that's the number 13, then you need to put that. What can be something called an additional provision that you would put there? Say you have someone like Kathy who is on Todd's team, and he is paying for it, she's doing transaction coordinator stuff. Or you would use them Transactly, which is one of the services we provide you here, where they'll do all your paperwork when something is under contract. Can you charge that to your buyer and they pay it at closing? Sure. So if they charge you $350, you can put down it's $350 that the buyer will be responsible for paying at closing for a transaction coordinator. That's where you would put that additional, that's where you would put that at for additional information. I'm trying to see, I'm not gonna go over all this stuff. When I get back, I'm gonna finish up the buyer stuff, and then we're gonna do some of the listing. The listing will be easy, but we went over some of this stuff. I'm not going over all of these different things. I don't know why you put all this stuff in. Okay. He did put in the offer, and I want to go over that, and that'll be what we do when we come back, do the offer, and then do the seller stuff. So when we get to the dual agency on this page 14, and we're talking about the firm's role as a dual agent and the buyer's role and all this other stuff. What did we talk about earlier that we said about the authorization for a dual agency? Which ones will we check? On those boxes? Which one?
All but the bottom. We're not gonna check off the buyer.
Buyer agent working with an unrepresented seller.
Okay. The very first one that says authorization, and it says initial only one. Which one will we choose?
The top one,
Okay, why would we not choose the second one?
because that's declining dual agency.
And if you click both of them, what happens?
It's what it
We don't have a contract. Because you said, yes, you can act as a dual agent and you can represent both sides, we can have a listener, and then the next one said, no, you can't. So you only pick one. Why is it so hard for agents to see that little thing that says only select one? I have no idea. It says select one.
And it's big caps.
Right. Yeah, it says one. So pick the first one. Okay, which says buyer authorizes the firm to act as a dual agent representing both the buyer and seller, subject to the terms and conditions set forth in this paragraph 14. Then it says down below on E, it says designated agent option, initial only if applicable. When would that be applicable? If you have your client under contract with someone that's in this firm or wait for us, you don't need it. I put dual agent. Dual designated is only because we capture so much of the market, this office, Mr. Alexis, we're on the ball with this market, with this. We're outpacing the TMLS. We have so many listings and we are so far out there that I already automatically do designated just in case. I have a buyer who wants to buy James' listing. You already have it taken care of. If James has a listing agreement and it says designated and it says dual and not designated, and you have a buyer agency agreement that says just dual, you both have to match. So you'd have to go back and get your client to put down designated, or you take it off the designated. James would have to get them to take off the designated. It has to match if you're going to operate dual agency within our company. Okay, now, if it's another Keller Williams and Carey, do you need it?
No.
No, because each company is independently owned and operated. It's not for all Keller Williams. It's just for this one and Wake Forest. Anybody else, they're another agent. It's happened to be with Keller Williams, okay? So remember that. This is probably the thing that our compliance guys send us back the most, where people get it wrong.
I want to tell you why real quick. When you load that document in DocuSign, it does not make those initial blocks mandatory. I don't know why. You have to click a little box that make with the choice that you gave them mandatory. It's
And it
not that you
also
didn't
checks
do
all of
it,
them, right?
Right? It's just, if it's not mandatory, they'll skip right over it because they're just clicking that little button. So if you'll check mark the box mandatory, it'll make them stop at that block.
And that's with DocuSign.
For
DocuSign does that.
And we'll teach you that, there's courses gonna teach you that, but the reason it's always kicked back is that mainly. But what she's telling, please make sure you discuss with your client what dual agency is
Right,
and what they're receiving and what they're not receiving.
right.
This may be a dumb question.
There's no questions if it's asking.
This one is. Okay, no. Why is it two blanks right there?
For both parties, right?
Both sides,
Okay, okay.
both buyers,
Oh, okay, got it.
all of them.
See, I told you it was a dumb
It's
question.
not a dumb question. You just wanna know, do I think anything? Yes, no, maybe?
Okay.
Yep. Okay, so then when you get right below that and you see F, at the very top, you see dual agency compensation. If the firm acts as a dual agent, including designated agent, the total fee that the firm expects to receive for its services in representing the buyer and the seller is what? You already have
6%.
6%. Now, if you negotiate with your clients because you come and ask me if you can reduce that because it's your friend and you told me you could do it for 5%, then what would it be? 5%. Okay, make sure that you include that. I had my compliance guy that reached out to me and he said they don't have anything. I said, oh, Lord. And this was for a house that was selling for $650,000. Nothing. Shaking my head. And then, of course, I'm gonna finish up with this here and then I'm gonna let y'all go for an hour lunch. 19 about the wire fraud. We have the wire fraud because you had some wire frauds. My particular Keller Williams in Burlington, we had an agent. I'm gonna give you this scenario, and then some of the stuff that fell out, I'm gonna tell you about that. She had a listing. She went and it was Friday after the closing. They get an email. The attorney's office gets an email that says, hey, we want you to wire our funds for us, the proceeds. And they call the agent, the attorney's office, and says, hey, your clients we're not going to mail it. They said they wanted it to be wired to them. She said, oh, okay, well, if that's what they said to do, go ahead and do it. Goes on the weekend, Monday comes up, the seller calls, says, hey, said, we thought you were overnight that check to us. And she said, oh, no, on Friday, you asked us to wire it. They said, we didn't ask you to wire it. You told us y'all were gonna overnight it. That's what we filled out the forms and stuff for. Tracked it down somewhere in Nigeria. $70,000 went over there. And so the agent said, I mean, it's not my fault. I mean, something happened. Well, if you are communicating, remember I said that Y4C2Ts stuff, that communication. If you communicate with your client, should you know what your client wants to do, your seller wants to do with their proceeds check? Is that your fiduciary duty to know that? Okay. She decides, well, I didn't send the email. They go back and look at the email. It's one letter off from what the seller's email address was. So who got sued? They did get sued because people wanted their $70,000. Who got sued?
That agent.
And the firms. There were 4 people got sued. Keller Williams, the attorney, the agent, and our E&O insurance. And our E&O insurance. The E&O insurance said, and we pay that as an agent. Every month y'all pay here. If you pay $65 a month, $12 goes to your E&O insurance for legal representation. Guess what? The E&O didn't want to pay it. Because the agent had been called and informed that there was a change in how this money was to be handled, and she did nothing. So they said, no, we wash our hands of it. She's at fault for why I didn't get my money. So I don't care who paid. Somebody need to pay it. That listing agent had to pay a fourth of that. For $70,000, she left our company. I guess she told when she left that she won't have to pay. I said, no, it travels with you.
Right.
Wherever you go. We still had to come out of our pockets. And so for some people, they were like, oh, that's it. But understand, when you're so busy working with all these people, because you gotta have all this going on, this action going on, you missing having that one-on-one customer service experience. So for me, my argument was, why didn't that agent pick up the phone and say, before you mail out anything or wire anything, let me check with them, because they told me they wanted it to be overnight. So I don't know why they changed that, because I didn't get any of that information to you. One call, 2 minutes,
Right.
and it would have never happened.
Especially that amount.
So after that, they start targeting Keller Williams offices. And so that's why that became a North Carolina thing, because they started attacking our offices and started doing a lot of wire fraud. And so we would get an email, and so that's why when you working and you get someone under contract, you're trying to figure out why is it encrypted? Why you got to log into this, they don't have this, and that's because the lawyers were being held accountable for that because they were holding the money. And I'm a real estate paralegal by my degree. We don't think about that. We see that come in and we're like, oh, okay, there's a change. That attorney's office had to pay only because they represented the buyer, and it was their duty to call the seller and say, we were going to send us the wire information, or did you send us this wire information? Now, if you put down a wire, you got to get it notarized by a notary. That it's okay to wire your funds. Even for my commission check, I was like, no, just overnight it for me. I'm a notary, but now it has to be notarized. That was because people were doing that.
That's
Okay.
the same thing that happened with the lady in New York, Barbara Cochran, the real estate lady.
Yes.
Where that email was sent to her.
And she just did it
assistant,
this
and
year.
her assistant forwarded the money and it was a fraud.
It was a fraud. She lost what,
It was
400,
$300,000
$300,000 or $400,000.
Yeah.
She's a rich lady, but still, who wants to do that? Make sure you fill out all this information down here at the bottom, okay? Make sure everything is filled out, the firm, and of course that, what I just showed y'all with all the information, the firm stuff, that's where you can get that information from, okay? That's it for right now. We're gonna go over the offer to purchase, and then we're gonna do some other stuff with the listing agreements and stuff. I'll try to speed it along quicker so we can get out of here. But y'all got an hour lunch, come back, and let's get ready to go, ramp up, do whatever. If you're okay, if you want to stay for this,
Are we gonna have to duck out and take the afternoon back?
yeah, take your
How often do you
afternoon
do
back.
this? And can I sit in on the afternoon course
Absolutely.
next time?
Next time, come in for the
This is
afternoon.
really valuable to me.
Yes, because listen, this is how I'm able to fill out a offer purchase within 15 minutes.
This is huge. So,
Yeah, this is
how often do you do this?
I do it once
This
a
is
month,
really
Okay, great.
helpful.
every first Thursday of the month.
As a
I'm
matter
doing
of
this.
fact, I was on one of the Ignite classes and 4 different students, so they're not from here, they're from all over North Carolina and South Carolina. They were saying, do they have classes to go over this?
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
this is really helpful.
So we do have what we call Greasy Spoon. You're more than welcome to go. It's at Soul Garden.
It's really good.
Yeah,
Where
I've
is
been
it?
there.
Where
It's
is
at
it?
Soul Garden,
It's
or
down here.
SCOUL, Soul Garden.
It's Korean,
Down,
right?
Millbrook, so
Yeah, that's good.
it's on Atlantic.
Yeah, it's
So
really
if you
good.
leave out of here.
So catch me next month.
Yep.
Do the second
I
half.
gotta put it on a calendar now.
Yeah,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Okay, see you now.
And so, yeah, if y'all want to go grab you some lunch across the street, they got some nice places for narrow bread, all that good stuff. And we'll see you.
Maybe.
Don't eat nothing and have y'all sleeping so in the second session.
Come back with Red Bull.
Yeah, like James has that Red Bull. Evan, I'll see you in an hour or so.
Okay, have a good lunch.
Okay, then.
Young lady, when are you joining the
Soon, very soon.
Hey, it will, I promise. So I'll tell you, it's a lifestyle. Right?
did apologize in advance. I'm munching a little bit. I
You
got
go
stuck
right
in line.
ahead. You go right ahead.
Didn't get a chance to do it. We did the orientation and boot camp, but it's always good for a refresher.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Are you able to work at home or you have to be here in the office?
I find that coming into the office, you get a lot of learning opportunities. You can work from home, but like the few times that I've been able to come in, I've gotten like a bunch of information that I don't think I would have just gotten.
Okay.
So I would say come in. Especially you oftentimes find like James just sitting in the corner working on something and you have a quick question, you'll
Okay.
carry you through everything. And Sharon is always here.
Just be stuck at home, huh?
Pretty much.
Have you been in the office yet? I forgot. Have you been in the office or not?
No, I was just here about 2 weeks ago when I signed up.
Oh, okay.
See, now I've been pestering Sharon for shadowing on.
Okay.
I'm a very like visual and hands-on learner.
Yeah.
So even though I can read things and I can like go through things and learn on my own, I learn it so much quicker if I see how it's done or I do it
Yes,
myself.
I understand that.
So she was like, yes, I was like, okay. I'll be here right there. By the way, I went to eat Chick-fil-A tonight. They now have large mac and cheese.
Really? Don't tell me. I was gonna eat Chipotle and be joking.
I literally found out about it last night. So yeah, they have
Oh, that's a good sign.
Oh,
a
wow.
large mac and cheese.
Thanks for that.
Mhm.
These are little gift things to give to the NRA, get your little cup and all that good stuff. Yeah, I know, because everybody get this. I didn't get one of these cups when I was like, yeah. And the MRA book, so yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Y'all easy, y'all still get relaxed and everything. I'm gonna get started only because we got a lot of stuff that we gotta get through. And some people can pick up whenever they have some questions, we can go ahead and do, but I wanna go ahead and get started. Normally I don't do all day. I have a break, I usually have a partner in crime, but we're trying to migrate it to where this class is being taught a lot, so when I'm doing orientation, we'll condense it, it won't be as much. But we call it boot camp for a reason. We want you to know all the documents that you need to know in order to get started. So anyway, I got 2 people on, so we got 4, 5, we're ready to go. Anyway, if y'all could turn to the offer to purchase, which is what we left off. And the reason why is because it's a little bit more details. I can go through the listing agreement and all that stuff because unless someone got a listing, we'll zoom past that, but I want you to understand the offer to purchase. So when doing an offer to purchase, You've shown people houses, now all of a sudden, they are ready to put in an offer. And so you're trying to figure out what is all the stuff I need to put up here in order to put in an offer. Well, what is one of the first things that you should do if you're wanting to put in an offer? What would, have you heard anybody say something called CMA? Okay, CMA is when you do the process. People online, can y'all hear? Hello?
Yes, yep, I can hear you
All
loud and
right,
clear.
okay, awesome. So the CMA is what we do. It used to be where it was thought, oh, I only have to do a CMA if I'm listing a house for someone. No, you have to do a CMA if you're presenting an offer. You ask the question, why? Because when you are doing a CMA, you need to know whether you, if a house is on the market for 200,000 and you put 250, and the only thing that's closed in there is 225, have you did a disservice to your clients? Yeah. Now, in this current market, have we had to throw some crazy number out in order to get the house because we have such a shortage? Yes. Have we presented offers that are 30 and 40,000 over the asking price in order to get the house? Yes. When y'all asked a question right before lunch and you said, you know, with this current market, you know, will it change? Yes. There is a circle of life. And it's a circle of life when it's the seller's market, it's a circle of life when it's the buyer's market. We are starting to see that some of them houses are starting to stay on the market a little bit longer than they used to. And because of that, there is this evolution that, you know, we're gonna be in this market for the next 6 months. I don't believe that. I believe the appraisals that used to come in and appraise for exactly what the purchase price is, although it was 50,000 over asking price, is going to correct itself. I don't think appraisals will be able to continue to do what they have been doing, I think, because I just don't think a house is selling for 50,000 over the asking price and it's appraisal. Just not happening, y'all. I'm telling you, it is what it is. A frog is a frog is a frog. I don't care how much you look at it. Maybe a toad, maybe something else, but it's still in that same amphibian family. So it is what it is. So just understand that. But when you get ready to put in and write up an offer, there are a few things that you need in order to get it going. The one thing is the MLS sheet. Why would you want the MLS sheet? Why would you want it? That's the question.
That's all the information.
Find your comps,
Right? For what now?
to find the different comps to compare to.
Well, you would need that. Once you did the CMA, what are the things that you would need in order to start a contract, writing the contract? What are some of the documents you would need in hand in order for you to complete that offer to purchase?
So you need the MLS sheet to make sure you have the correct information for that listing.
To make sure you have the address, make sure you need the information for the listing agent. You need the information for the oh Lord, sometimes they'll put the seller's name on it, but if they don't, do y'all need a deed? Yes.
Yes.
Go to the county that property is in and you do look up the deed, the tax ID number, you're gonna need that. So those are things that you're going to need in order to be able to complete the offer to purchase. Do you need to discuss what the purchase amount is? How much due diligence? If you're brand new, do you know how much is the average due diligence that they're selling, that they're giving for a house that's 600,000 or 250,000?
They do like a percentage, like 1% of the. Like that. Maybe.
You would think that would be the easiest route. No, that's only, you know, people will say, oh yeah, just give 1%. I have never done that. In the 20-some years I've been in real estate and social facts and another, never heard of that. But I do know that it's what looks good to the seller. So you have to go and say to yourself, okay, It's a $250,000 house. How much are they giving in due diligence? Is it 2,000, 3,000, 5,000, 10,000? What can I give? Because understand the seller and understand this market is the way it is, not because of the seller, but because of the buyers. The buyers are the one that is causing the demand, and the sellers are just reaping the benefits of it. If I had a house, and of course, when I sold my house last July, and I got 10,000 over the asking price, I had lowered it. I should have put down 200,000, but I didn't because I was just like, it's not gonna sell, or it will sell, but whatever. I got 10,000 over asking price, and all I did is the guy said, I had a lot of showings, and one of the guys, I had offers, and one of the guys said, I wanna make it sweet, I wanna win this deal. I said, okay. I didn't know he was gonna get, I'd have been fine if he'd went just the asking price. He went 10,000 over. I said, that's 9 extra thousand than I thought, or 10,000, I'm gonna take it. Well, so, be like, no, just come on back down to the list price. I mean, come on, you just don't do, no. They're like 20,000 over asking price, even if they walk away, I can put a pool in the backyard. So you can't do that, but definitely have that conversation and explain in so many details that a due diligence is non-refundable. The seller gets it, he cashes a check, that's it. The only time you might can get that back is if the sellers breach the contract. Can you go back and try to sue them for the due diligence and earnest money if it's past the due diligence period? So just remember that when someone's telling you they want to put these crazy amounts of money down to get this house, explain to them, this is their money. It is non-refundable. And you can go there and put, when we get to that part, I would highlight, I had my highlight, I said, read that part, non-refundable. So don't change your mind 2 days later and expect to get your due diligence back. It is owed to them. Now, can you force a seller to pay the due diligence? No. What you gonna do, tell them, write this check, be like, look, write this check right now, write this check. You can't, but understand they can be sued. Only thing you can say to them is they may bring that you can be sued, and that's all the conversation, because you don't know what they can legally get. Because we're not what? Attorneys. But let them know the possibility of them bringing in litigation maybe, especially if it's 10,000 or over. Because now you've reached that nice little, it's not 100, 200, 2,000, it's 10,000. And there's something called, I can bring you in a different court once it gets over a certain amount of money. And sue for everything, including their attorney's fees and all the other good stuff. So just be careful with that. So when putting in an offer, you need to know the seller. What was one thing that we said about the seller? It takes one to buy and two to sell. So both sellers' names should be on there. Even if you talk to the listener and they say, oh no, just put John Smith down, because he and his wife are divorced. Even if he and his wife are divorced, you need to track, she need to track down that wife, because whatever's in that divorce decree may mean that they need to sell the house so she can get her percentage of the house. So always make sure that there are two people. These are two people I need to put in here? Yes, okay. I will tell y'all, I did a closing and I was representing the buyer and went to the closing and we're waiting. And I'm like, why are we waiting for them to show up? The sellers to show up. We done signed all the paperwork for my buyer and she was a close friend of mine as well. And I'm like, what's the deal? And I look at the listing agent, who happens to be my grandson's grandfather. And I look at him and I'm like, what we waiting on? He said, oh yeah, he married. Why are we finding this out? We had 5 weeks of closing stuff. You never once mentioned that he was married. He said, oh yeah, he mentioned to me yesterday that he was married. So she had to come and sign off on the deed. That same attorney, maybe 2 years later, lost his license because he went and did something with the deed and ended up signing off on the deed so he can go ahead and get recorded. He lost his license. But I was saying to them, I was like, Did y'all not, you didn't send the paperwork to ask about, is this man married? Do you, because you have to sign, one of the documents you sign as a seller is your marital status. Anyway, just be careful with that. So make sure your seller, make sure your buyer, everybody that's buying, if there's only one person on the loan, then you only have to have one person on the contract. So if hubby can afford to buy and wife can, or vice versa, then they only have to be, the only time you would add both of them when it came to the deed, to make sure that both of their names are up there if that's the way they want it, okay? Property address, the way to know what the property address is because you're gonna find it three ways on the TMLS, you're gonna find it on that deed, you're gonna find it on the tax ID information, the tax information that you pull. We don't require you to upload the documents for the taxes, but it's good to pull that up because there may be some discrepancy in the names or whatever. You want to make sure they're matched, everything is matching, okay? So if you, but we require the deed to be uploaded in compliance. So once you do the deed will give you information about the legal description. If it's in a subdivision, you need to put that information in there. And why would you need to put, especially if it's a subdivision, why would you need to put that information in there? That's right. And should you provide, even if the listing agent does not have HOA, can you go on to the register of deeds and find those HOAs for, well, the restrictive covenants, or some of them are called declaration of covenants, restrictive, some are called some protected rights. So anyway, you need to be able to provide that for them. I've had some agents say, well, the listing agent wouldn't provide that for me. Can you still do it yourself? Yes. You can still go and find those documents the same way the listing agent. Your job is to provide your clients with all the information they need. So that way they'll know, I cannot paint my house Carolina blue. The Lord knows, Duke blue. They cannot do those things without getting permission from the HOA. Can the HOA, if you're behind in your HOA, take your house? Yes. They can take your house for having HOA dues in arrears. Lord have mercy, that's a new field, but you know, most people, I don't never want to be in one because I'm gonna probably have to be in one. But I don't like people telling me what I can do and where I live. But then when I think about it, it's kind of protecting me because I don't want my next door neighbor to have junky cars out there, you know, where they're not taking care of it, which brings the value of my house down. Yeah, I probably need to get them one. So make sure you put all the information down, the plat booking page, all that stuff you can find in the deed book, and you can find it on the tax ID. If it's Durham County, Wake County, all of those will have plat book page 34 at 2 and all that sort of stuff. Make sure that you put down the deed booking page. Why people miss that one, I have no idea, but a lot of times they won't have it up there. Do not rely, and I'm gonna repeat this, do not rely on the listing agent's information alone. If they put the wrong deed booking page, the attorney doesn't do their job and put the wrong booking page, you have just got your clients assigned for a property that they do not put up in the contract and therefore don't own. So make sure you're looking at this information and you're crossing your I's and crossing your T's and dotting your I's because you need to make sure you have that. So when it gets to the purchase price, put the purchase price in. Once you put the purchase price in and the due diligence, say they have $2,000 in due diligence. Are we going to accept cash? Even if it's a selection, please do not accept cash. An agent asked me last week, I said, how much is it? He said 10,000. I said, so you want this person to bring a bag with $10,000 in it to deliver to the to the seller? Really? It's like, who's going to sit there and count to see if there's $10,000 worth of cash? I'm not. I remember when I was on a team, this agent come to me, he said, Sharon, I have a problem. I said, what is it? I wasn't a broken charge back then. I just worked on somebody's team as an assistant. He said, I have a client. I said, you already knew what you were working with when you started, so I don't know why you getting tripping. He said, we come to the closing and he's paying cash for this mobile home. And I said, okay, cool. And I said, what'd he do, go get a bank thing? He said, well, he couldn't, because he couldn't explain the $30,000 or whatever it was he had. He said, so he came with a gym bag for the closing that had $30,000 in it. And he said, I don't understand why we can't close today. The attorney said, because I'm not accepting $30,000 that I have no idea where it comes from. So he goes and puts it in, he goes and deposit into the bank. Well, what does bank do when you put that kind of amount of money in? They have to hold it for a certain amount of time, and you have to tell them where you got it from. He couldn't do that without going to jail. So the guy was like, what do I do? I said, what do you ask? I don't know. It's not like going and paying in cash for a car. This is a house. There's some things you gotta go through. Finally, he wasn't doing anything bad. He actually had the money. I guess he'd been in an accident, got the money. Why he thought, I guess he wanted to brag with the people that he had a lot of money. So he wanted to flash the money, but he lucky someone didn't knock him in the head with that whole theory. But $30,000 of cash in a gym bag don't look good. I don't care where you at, especially the attorney's office. So just make sure that they say that they're going, can they accept wire? Yes, but you have to do the same thing with the wire to get it notarized that you can wire the funds into the other people's account. And you need to make sure you have something that show that you have deposited that, because if you have a lender, they need to know if they receive the money, okay? So it says the initial earnest money deposit. So you can put that in. For me, I don't do initial earnest money deposit. I do additional, because when I am doing it and I represent the buyer, I always want to do it after due diligence has expired. Why? Anybody know why I do that?
So you don't have an issue getting it back, something different, diligence process.
Bingo. I don't have any issue, or my clients don't have to even come up with that earnest money, because if they decide they want to terminate, then there's the only, they're out with due diligence, but they have no other money that's just being held out there. Because understand, when they terminate, then they're on to the next house. And if they just give away $5,000 in due diligence they can't get back, and they got $5,000 in earnest money that they're trying to get back, then how easy is it if we're on offer purchase, Janine? How easy is it for them to have to hold off going to look for a new house because they got $10,000 held, gone, and whatever the case may be. So just make sure that you, so for me, I do additional, but you can do it. Do the Keller Williams hold earnest money? No, we do not. We used to, and we stopped because we felt like it was too much of a liability for us. So we do not hold earnest money. Most real estate companies do not hold earnest money. We make the check out for the earnest money to the attorney. So we have two preferred attorneys here, which is Mann, McGinley, and Jordan, and then we have Arnett Law Firm. One of those, or you can choose your own. Remember, I said have at least 2 or 3 people that you're referring business out to. So make sure you do that. And then of course, at the end, it'll be the balances due. If you're on the DocuSign, it will automatically calculate that for you at the bottom once you plug in those numbers. So make sure that you're doing that and that you've explained it in great details. On the second page where it says F escrow, that's escrow means attorney, okay? We're not a title company, or we're an attorney company, state. So we don't have any title companies doing anything. We just have good old attorneys that you will make it out to. So make it out to. If you don't know what the attorney is because you haven't got that far in having that discussion, then put attorney TBD. But now you do understand you have to put that earnest money to somebody. You will have to go back and change that. For me, because I already know who I'm working with. I talked to my clients beforehand and I said, what attorney do you want to use? And they said, who do y'all use? Okay, I have two. I'm gonna send you their information. You tell me which one. You just pick one, okay? But what I do is I'll pick one, but then I'll send an email and say, I just want to confirm you cool with this attorney. And they're like, yeah, okay, that's fine. I don't know any attorneys, okay. Then the professional service disclosure will cover me as far as who they have chosen to use, okay? So make sure you put that in, and that's who you will write that check out to for the earnest money. When is let's go into details about this. When is the contract effective?
Both parties.
When it's delivered?
There you go.
Is-
Has to be signed, but it has to be delivered. It has to be delivered to someone to say, we've accepted this offer. Both of them could have signed, and the seller and the buyer, sends it over, and the seller could say, yes, it's been signed, but you haven't received it back. Can your buyers rescind it before it gets sent back to them? That's why we always say, wait till it's gotta be, like that song says, signed, sealed, and delivered. And without it, you can't. Once it's delivered, are you under contract? Yes. Are you do that due diligence if you're the listing agent and the seller? Yes. Do you have to hold tie somebody to get it? If they decide to back out the next day, probably so, but that's on you. I hate it for somebody, but buyer's remorse happens. So that's the effective date. It says the effective date's the last one of the buyers and sellers have signed or initialed this offer or the final counter offer, if any. Okay. The parties acknowledge. So that's where the deliver comes from, that it's been acknowledged. It's the same thing. Okay. So acknowledged and agreed that the initials, the lines, and all this other stuff are complete. That's when it's the effectiveness of condition, effectiveness of there. And so make sure that you do that. The due diligence. What is that purpose for the due diligence? What's the whole reason behind the due diligence?
Inspection.
To do what now, Evan? Or who was talking to me?
For the inspection?
It's for the inspection. What else is it for? It's for your loan. Satisfy your loan, do the appraisal. All of those things is the time frame that you have. So when I hear someone say, we're gonna do 2 weeks, well, you know what an appraisal that's can do if they got a loan in 2 weeks. And my go-to is always 3 weeks, having that inspection like within the first 2 or 3 days after it goes on the contract. So if it goes on the contract on a Friday, I wanna see if they can get it done to me at least within Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So that way, my client, I'm doing the inspection, they're coming for that, and they have to kick out the money for that. I have a couple of inspectors I use that will charge you when you at closing. They just charge a little bit more. But I want to go ahead and have those things in place, and I want to tell them, have you been to your lender and already paid for the appraisal? Because the quicker the appraisal go out there, then the better it is. I had one agent who did the appraisal, and guess when they got the appraisal back? On the day of closing. It didn't appraise. And she said, is my client stuck with that? Yeah. Because you should have extended it, the due diligence period, until the appraisal come back. So that way you would know whether you had to negotiate the sales price. So she said, what am I gonna do? I said, well, there are 2 things can happen. You can pray that this seller doesn't want to move forward. Maybe they have another person, a backup offer, or your clients are out of money and they still have to be forced to buy this house and pay the difference of what it did sell for. Because understand, when it doesn't appraise, the lender's not gonna lend you money on a house that doesn't appraise for what you're purchasing it for. So you have to explain to the lender why I'm spending, where I'm getting this, and you have to explain where you're getting this extra money from. Is it a gift from your parents? Are you getting a 401k? Whatever the case may be, you have to explain that. So that's the time to get all your stuff in a row. The inspections, if you do an inspection and you need to do a well and septic inspection, all of that should be done, and you should have a report back before the due diligence period is up. It's nothing worse if you are representing a seller to go and get a listing and there's an inspection and they send it to you at 4:45 on the day that it expires. You know what I do for those? I tell my sellers, I say, we can wait, it doesn't matter. Either they're going, unless they send us a termination, they're gonna buy this house or be forced to regardless. Why wait till 4:45 when it expired to send the seller something to negotiate repairs with? It's not gonna happen. So the earlier you do it, the more you have time to negotiate those repairs so that the seller will agree to it, because the seller doesn't have to fix anything. That contract there is selling the house as is with no repairs. And the seller can run it and say, I'm not doing anything. I told you I wasn't doing it. You look at MLS and say as is. And that's the way it's gonna be, as is. So there you go. It's only at the discretion of the seller to say we'll negotiate some stuff. Now, if you're a good listing agent and you know that the carpet has got spots and stuff on it and you wanna, okay, give the people something. I tell y'all, work both sides, make it win-win for everybody. You know the house messed up. Don't look at them and be like, well, we can't do nothing. And they did 10 to 20,000 over asking price. No, you need to do something. And you need to talk to your clients and say, okay, you got 20,000 over asking price. At least give them 4,000 in carpet allowance. And then use it as a credit. It saves the buyer some money. Some people, they're like, no, I'm not gonna do it. Okay. So make sure in that due diligence period, you can do it. You can always extend it. Remember that you can always extend it. So then you have to put down the settlement date. That's the day it's supposed to close. It used to be whenever that day closed, if it's September 30th, you closed on that, it was good to go. But say if there's a hiccup, you can't close on the 30th. How many days do you now have that you didn't have before in order to settle? And so for some people, they're like, okay, that's not bad. Oh, it is. It is, because you used to have an extra week, 14 days, calendar days, y'all, not business days. Even though they're not doing business, it's irrelevant to them. Calendar days. 7. If you don't close on time after those 7 days, the buyer is now in breach of contract. And now the seller is owed not only taking the earnest money, but now, the due diligence, but now the earnest money can terminate and relist. 7 days, y'all. Unless you go and get an amendment to the contract that says, no, we're not gonna close on the 30th of September, we're gonna close on the 10th of October. And people ask questions, does it start over again? Yes, because you now have a new ended closing date, so now it starts from that 10th. So you have until October the 17th to close. A lot of sellers don't like to do that because you're holding up. A lot of people don't realize sometimes four transactions happen. You have someone, the buyer is wanting a new house, so they have to sell their house, buy your house. Then you have to sell your house and buy another house. So all of those are hinged on every single person making sure that happens. Y'all, that's not fun. I'm telling you, I just closed it and I was just like, okay, she's selling her house and I gotta get her in this house. So I had to have her to buy the house, then put her house on the market. I said, please do not do coming soon. I don't have time to do coming soon. I'm a broken chart. I cannot deal with all the calls. So, oh no, let's do coming soon. I want the excitement. That's okay, cool. I put every one of the notifications to go to her. Okay, coming soon. Everybody booked it up. She had to take grandma out the house, stay somewhere for 2 days. We got 60 showings in 2 days. 96 rejected showings that we had to say we can't show it because we just ain't got no more space. And we had over 20 some offers. I printed every single one out and went over every single one of them with 20 offers. Of course, we went with the highest in cash, closed in 10 days. But we negotiated because they couldn't close in 10 days because she had another house that she had to buy. And he had to get out and he had a house that he had to buy. All of that in one thing. That's why when I hear people say, oh yeah, I got 5 buyers, you're nuts. You're drinking one. I don't know what it is, but it's hard to do all of that and keep everything on top. I don't care who you are. I don't care how good you think you are in this business. Somewhere you dropping the ball. And it is what it is. So make sure that you're doing that with that settlement statement. I mean, that settlement date, because that's crucial now. It used to be where it wasn't, now it's crucial. I'm gonna go through some stuff. Fixtures, I wanna talk about those because I want people to understand about fixtures. When you put in fixtures up, what can stay in the house and what cannot stay in the house. When you put in an offer, when you put in an offer, I use that TMLS, I cut and paste, or copy and paste what they put up there. Now, make sure when you're putting down the equipment, the refrigerator is considered personal. It's not a given that it's gonna go with the house. I can tell y'all, I took someone, a listing, a buyer, I was helping somebody else out, I took her to the house, and she said to me, she said, listen, I want to get this house. And I said, okay, that's great. She said, but I want this refrigerator. It was a smart refrigerator. You waved at it, waved back at you, told you what was in there and stuff. Now, for somebody to buy a house and pay about $300, close to $400,000, and the glowing point is a $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 refrigerator. This don't seem right to me. You got 30 years to pay for that house. You might can get your refrigerator at some point, but this was very important to her. So I had put into the offer, the refrigerator is to convey with the house. Do not remove it, let it be here. I sent an email, I sent another email. I said, please make sure this refrigerator is in here. Do the final walkthrough, where the refrigerator? Gone. She, oh Lord, I can't close on this house without this refrigerator. I texted that listener, I said, didn't I tell you 5 times? The refrigerator stays. The first thing she saw when she walked in was that it was gone. She had to call the people who had just left with the moving truck and said, back right on back up and drop that refrigerator off, and don't you break it trying to put it down because she's expecting it. Do you know how many times you have said, I want the washer and dryer, and you come back and the nice front loader, nice big tall is gone, and you got one of them McDonald's, and you know, them nice little side-by-side that cost about $500-600 selling them there. Because the seller said, you said wash and dry, you didn't say what kind. So then the buyer agents got savvy. At the time of the showing, have that in there, and they started taking pictures. And then if you posted it on the MLS, and it was a picture, oh, they went back to their MLS and they said, this was what we saw. So where is it at? Oh, well, you didn't say you needed a Maytag, so we give you the Roper or whatever, LG, whatever. So it became like, really, do we have to talk about this? The answer is yes. Now we have to talk about, with the fixtures and stuff, about security. Now you gotta talk about, before you leave the house, you have to unpair your devices. Why? So you're not able to go by the house and be operating it, I guess, while the people living in the house. I don't know what that deal is. But you have to make sure that if it's there, someone just asked me, said if the security box is attached to the wall, is it a fixture? If you remove it and there are holes in it, then it was a fixture. So people would remove their box. So someone asked me, so what do? I said, just tell your clients to go pay for it. He said, well, they're paying $600 versus nothing. I said, what you wanna do? You wanna tell these people to bring back the security thing, or you gonna just get your own brand new? He said, I guess I'll just tell them to. They have removed it. So just be careful about it. If there's listen, if there is a garage, they're supposed to leave the garage door open, not take it with them. Even though it's not a fixture, it is used for the purpose of the garage. You can't take it with you. Don't have it so every time you go by, you bring it up to people's garage, but you ain't living there. No, just leave that stuff with them. So just make sure that all this stuff, that you leave it with them. It says the garage door opening. We talked about that. If a generator is permanently, my house had a generator underneath the house. So if we ever had a blackout, that we could go in there and turn it up, and it would do the refrigerator, it would do the stove and TV. Those are only three things we need to have. But it was connected to the house. It wasn't connected to the house. The outlets were, but the generator, we just would plug it in and plug in the thing. But when we got ready to leave, if I had sold the house and said a generator comes with the house, I couldn't just take the generator with me because I just advertised it. Now, if I didn't advertise it, and they said, oh, is this staying here? Well, do you want it? Yeah, you want it, let's negotiate. Then it would have been on the offer. If not, I would have taken it with me. So just be aware of that. Thermostats, fireplace inserts, all this stuff, ceiling fan, people taking the ceiling fans, really? If there's a chandelier that's your grandma's that you love, then you gotta take that chandelier off before people come and look at it. Because there are some chandeliers, the chandelier gonna stay. Most of them are ugly anyway, I would take them off anyway, but just take it off and put something else up there. But make sure you're doing it. You can see here, it says unpairing and deleting data from devices. Do you know how many things can be on a device that may not need to be shared with anybody new that's coming in there? You know, got excited with your man, don't have that stuff left for phone. I'm just saying, just keep that stuff out of there. Because people will get a little bit upset if you leave it. So just make sure that you leave stuff as it is. Only time with the basketball goal is if it's been permanently attached. If you put water in it and it's sitting there, empty the water and roll that puppy out unless they say they don't care if it stay. I left mine. My son was 6'5". He didn't need it. It was too short for him anyway. So anyway, leased. If something is leased, I just got a phone call from someone who was airing me out about one of my agents and saying, oh yeah, they left it. He leased the storage. It had been leased. And so the listing agent said that it conveyed with the house. It did not. It was leased. So when the new buyers were there and the company came to pick up the storage, they said, what you doing? Said, we just purchased it. And they said, no, it's ours. It was leased. It's unpaid. And they said, oh no, you're not taking it. We call them cops. So they still working on that. And I was like, who was my agent? And then I found out it was another Keller Williams. I was like, sir, I can't help you. And he was like, you can help me. Somebody better help me because there's storage in here. We need our storage. I said, did you negotiate to see if they're paid? He said, those people said, I'm not paying for this. We pay for it when we purchase the house. So now you got to get an attorney. And guess what the odds are? That brand new agent that didn't know that they had messed it up is probably going to have to pay for that storage. The balance is due out of pocket. That in the company. It won't be this company, but yeah. So if something is leased, a propane tank, all this stuff, ask questions. Ask questions. And put down what doesn't convey. If there's a chandelier that's grandma's that you want to take with you, put down it doesn't convey or that this is something you don't want. Okay. Personal property is usually going to be the stove, the microwave that's attached, not the one that's on the counter. The dishwasher, the garbage disposal. Why we have to put the garbage disposal, I do not know, because I'm assuming someone must have came and removed the garbage disposal. Why they did that, I don't know, but they had. So just make sure you're putting that information in, okay? It said any personal property that will be a part of the sale should be identified in this paragraph. Buyers are advised to consult with the buyer's lender to ensure that the personal property item listed above can be included in the contract. I don't know what they will be unless it's a VA or FHA. Okay. In this red part, read, I'm gonna let you read it on your own, but definitely read it, but it explains to you about the due diligence, okay? What you have, what are the things that you need to be making sure you take care of. If you want to terminate, make sure you terminate prior to 5 p.m. on that day of the day that the due diligence expires. It says loan buyer and at buyer's expense shall be entitled to pursue qualifications for an approval of the loan. It used to be where that's when we gave an opportunity for that to happen. Now they're saying, no, it's not the seller's responsibility to give you longer time to get your establishment of your loan. With mine, I tell them, say, hey, go in there, whatever paperwork they need, give it to them in the next 48 hours. Go ahead and pay for their appraisal, so that way they can go ahead and order, because some appraisals were backed up like 2 or 3 weeks. And so I was like, you know, when I see a lender, if I see State Employees Credit Union, I'm excited. Why? Because I know it's clean cut, they're gonna close, they 30 days, that's it, they're done, but it's the arm. So in 7 years, you won't have an adjustable rate unless you refinance. If it's a Wells Fargo, I know it's gonna be 45 days. Not 1 day over, less, they're not gonna close in 30 days. So if you put down that it's gonna close in 30 days and they're using Wells Fargo, you're doing a disservice to your client, because they're not gonna close in 30 days. And it used to be 14 days, you can kind of wedge it through, now it's only 7. So you need to be aware of the lenders. That's why I say always go out with them and find out what they got going on, how many days it takes to close and all this other stuff. So when those things come through, you'll know. A lot of us, if we're a listing agent, which I'm doing more listings than buys right now, I want to know who the lender is. If I've never heard of you, we always were wanting local stuff, because we knew local, we can go to your office and ask some questions. But if you over here in Denver, Colorado, and all the way we can get you through an email or a phone call, that's a problem. And as a listing agent, I don't never call the lender for anything, but I definitely beat that agent, that buyer's agent, hey, what's the deal? How is everything good to go? Whatever, yep, it's good to go. Because what happens is you're trying to make sure that everything is going well for your sellers, that it's going to actually close. And they're gonna actually be able to buy their house, because they need the money from that house to buy this one, okay? Unless it's a second house or a rent investment property. So make sure that you're doing that. So this is what the due diligence is for. It's for property investigation. That means inspections, review of documents, insurance, appraisal, surveys, zoning if there's any issues. If it's flood, utilities, streets, that means if they're having any type of assessment, special assessments, which comes up. The sale of your house, making sure everything is there, negotiation of repairs, the buyer's obligations to repair damage if there has been any damage. All of this is in the due diligence period, okay? And so then the next one, of course, we'll talk about the buyer's representation. So you just need to make sure, hold on 1 second, it says funds to complete the purchase. Buyer intends to pay cash in order to purchase the property and does not intend to obtain a loan. So you need to know that. If they're paying cash, you need to know that. Can you close a cash deal within 10 days? Absolutely. Just making sure that you've reached out to an attorney and that attorney has had the opportunity to do a title search. That's all that needs to happen. But if it's a loan, it's going to be a lot more than that, okay? And it'll ask you if it's a loan and you give that details. Why is it important to give details about what type of loan it is? If you're presenting an offer to someone, why is it important that you know what type of loan it is? Because the seller won't know.
Different loans have different
Because if
requirements.
it's an FHA, are they getting in probably with an offer? An FHA loan is, and you present it, your buyers need an FHA loan, are they getting in with that offer? Probably not in this one. If it's a VA, are they getting it? Probably not. Let me tell you why, because the VA requires that you do have an inspection, they do have an appraisal go out, and there are things that you're required to pay. And, well, not pay, but repair, regardless of how you feel, regardless. So how many gonna accept that offer when you got a person over here that's waiving all inspections and wants to pay cash? So unfortunately, as soon as when I was doing them and getting all the offers, when we saw FHA in that, I would present it. You would present every single offer to your clients, every offer, even if you have a deadline. We need all offers in by 5 p.m. on Friday, September the 3rd. If someone presents an offer after that, you're still supposed to present it. Whether they say, oh, I don't want to look at it anymore, that's neither here nor there. You need to send them an email that says, here's another offer that's came in. It's after that time period, but you still present the offer. All offers are to be presented. I'll tell you, there've been a couple of people where they felt like the offer wasn't presented, so they probably down the line have figured out some way to say, and to the listing agent, you need to acknowledge that you have shared this with your clients. Because some of them I don't think were. So just make sure you're doing that. If you have another property you need to sell, they need to know that. The seller need to know if they're having to wait for you to get that established. If the house is not on the market, then more than likely they're not accepting your offer. Okay, because they want to make sure that you're already in the process of doing it. Mine, we were in the process of doing it, but we wanted to solidify her having that house before she put her house on the market, because I knew her house would sell within an hour, which technically it sold within 6, but we allowed everybody to submit their offers until 9 p.m. the next day, and we still went with that offer we got like the day before. So just make sure that you know that. Residential property disclosure. Let's talk about that. If you have a where can you get the residential property disclosure from? The 2 places. Where would you get it from? If you were the buyer and you present the offer, where would you get that offer, that residential property disclosure from?
From the agent?
Mm-hmm. There's another place. The TMLS has documents
Oh, that's right.
attached, so you can go ahead and pull those. If you do not have, say for instance, the listing agent did not put those disclosures in TMLS, and you still want to go ahead and put in the offer, and you select that you have not received the residential property disclosure. You see where it says did not receive it? If you have not received it, let me see, I can highlight it.
It's under D, the second.
The 3rd business day, what can the buyer do?
Take back their money, they could void the contract, and they could also get their due diligence back.
So that's why it's very important, for me, very important. Listen, I'll look and see if it's up there because it's available. If it's not up there, I'll email that listing agent and say, can you give it to me? But I'm still gonna write it off. And let me tell you, a lot of times when you send it to them, they say, oh, no, I just sent you those. I just sent you the disclosure, because they know that they're putting at risk of their sellers not being able to get that money, and for that buyer to terminate if they decide buyer's remorse. So just make sure that you're doing that, okay? Only time is, when is it exempt? What would be the only times that it will be exempt? The residential property disclosure.
Lane, for sale
That's
by
the
owner.
owner.
Well,
New
if it's a
build?
land deal, you wouldn't even have that option up there. For
For sale
sale,
by owner,
they're
no.
not exempt. They're living in the house, so they should know what the condition of the house is.
When it's as is, the sale.
When it's an estate. So if someone has died and the family has acquired it, then they can put down exempt. Okay, if it's a foreclosure, it can be exempt. Why? Because the lender doesn't know the condition of the house, so it's exempt. Those are the only time when you will not see. There's one other time I can't think about it'll come to me, where you don't have to have it, okay? If you've never lived in the house, then you can be exempt from, but there are guidelines for that. The MOG, you definitely need the MOG. The reason why you need the MOG is because there was a time come where, what was the purpose of the MOG? Why we decided we needed the MOG?
Because they were builders that were building houses and they were selling houses, but not giving the mineral rights to the owner, and they could easily take it, drill under there, get oil or anything else they wanted.
Absolutely. So it's always important to make sure. And the only time that and do you need a MOG for a new construction?
Yes.
Absolutely. You need it for land, residential, and new construction, always, okay? So MOG is always gonna be necessary. So when you look
Even
at it, it
a
says
town,
the buyers, excuse me?
I was saying, do townhomes need MLGs as well? Yeah, right?
The MOG?
Yeah.
Yep. You always need that one. I want you to read it. I'm not gonna go through it because I'm gonna be short on time because I've got to go through the listing part. But make sure that you can see what's the responsibility, what's the buyer's obligation. All of these different things are the buyer's obligation, okay? At closing, if they say, well, what am I responsible for? Here are the things that you're responsible for, okay? You go down, you make sure that you get the seller's representation. How long have they owned the property? And the reason why you want to know that in some cases about the reason why they own the property, because if it's an FHA or if it's a flip, you got a certain amount of time where you need to hold that before you can actually sell it. What's that time? Anybody know how long you gotta hold that house before you can flip it? Sometimes depending on the loan.
Is it 6 months, a year?
90 days.
90 days.
Yep. And if it's 90 days, there's some lenders that won't even allow you to present an offer until the 90 days is up because they're not allowed to sell it. So just be aware of that. Lead base, y'all know it's 1978 or older, but you need to make sure that lead base paint disclosure is attached. Owners association, that's if you have an HOA, make sure you got all that stuff that we talked about, the declarations and the restrictive covenants, making sure you have all that information so that way your clients are very well of what are the requirements for the HOA when they purchase a house. You can get most of the information hopefully from the Triangle MLS or the residential property disclosure, okay? What the seller's obligations are. You wanna make sure that you go over, they gotta have evidence of title, making sure that they can actually own the house. Do you need to know how much the seller's payoff is? Yes. No.
No?
Why?
Why do you need to?
Yeah.
Because at closing, there has to be a certain amount of money. And you have to, I guess, because of the, oh my God, that sheet. Oh my goodness. That closing
Seller
statement,
net sheet.
yes, seller and buyer.
You don't need to know the exact amount, but you wanna know how much because your fiduciary duty is to make sure that they come away.
Yes, with the right amount of money for closing.
Right, you're not gonna know exactly how much it is, but about a ballpark figure is great. Do you need them to present you with a piece of paper with it?
No.
Okay. She answered, any of y'all disagree with her? Remember we said stay in your lane? You don't need to know that. That's what the lender is for and the attorney, that's what the attorney is for. They will get the payoff. I know because I have got thousands of payoffs. Don't need you to help me with that. I just need to know their social security number and how I can get it and get it quickly. The longer it takes for you to get that information, the longer it'll take for you to close. So make sure you know what the seller's obligations are. And you don't need to know it, but you need to know that it's being done. So talking to that listing agent would be good. You can see up here, it says seller shall remove by the day of possession all personal items from the property, garbage and debris. Good luck with that. Sometimes it happens, sometimes they be still in the house trying to move when it's already closed. Okay? That they should give good title, meaning you should have access that somebody can't come back and say, no, this is my house. They can never do it. The deed, taxes, and fees, who it goes into. So make sure you put down who it is. If it's Joni and Michael Smith, then you need to put both of their names in. Okay? Agreement to pay buyer's expense. This is where you will go in and you will put how much they want for closing costs. If they have a home warranty, number 10, you want to make sure that you include that. The most of the time we do it in a home warranty is about $600. Anything more than that, that's excessive. You can get a home warranty for about maybe $400 or something, $450. So if you put down up to $600, if it's $550, the seller's not gonna write you a check for $50, okay? It's gonna be just $550. But you got up to that amount to do it. So make sure that you're taking care of that, and who is going to pay for that. If the seller's gonna pay for it, if the buyer is gonna pay for it, with the seller agreeing to pay for it, it's kind of up to y'all, however you decide to do it. Here's of the information on number 12, where we talked about the 7 days. If you drop down to almost to the third paragraph, you will see where it said the delaying party fails to complete the settlement and closing with 7 days, not business days, of the settlement, including any amended settlement date agrees to in writing by the parties, then the delaying party will be in breach, and the non-delaying party may terminate the contract and shall be entitled to enforce any remedies available to such party under this contract for breach. Okay?
It still says 14.
It says 14. I sent y'all
The old one.
They said that they put in the old one. What is the old one? That's
Yeah.
old. What does it say?
14, 7/2020. It's from last year.
Yours say
She got the
7?
good one. She got
The
good
2021 form that
Right.
came out in July, right? So the
It
one
says
that you all
2020.
show is a 20, that shows 14 days. Look at the bottom, does it say 2020? Or it says older than that, right?
Right.
July of 2021, it changed to 7 days.
Now I understand I sent these all out this morning. This I sent out this morning. How they got the wrong one, I don't know.
You didn't want to waste the good stuff on them.
But now, so you won't be able to follow through with everything that I'm doing because you're looking at, because you can see mine says 2021. Okay?
Yeah. I thought you-
Oh, no.
Give you access to the DocuSign.
Mhm.
Yeah, so when you're filling it out, it will be on DocuSign. So that piece of paper is there, but you'll be on DocuSign, which does have, this is where I pulled it off of.
But we could get all these forms on the website.
On the DocuSign, yep.
When you build an opportunity and you go to your DocuSign for that opportunity, it will be the most updated forms. They're
Yeah,
automatically gonna populate the most updated. forms.
right,
That's what she's telling you.
right, because I make sure that they get it. And myself and the compliance person are, we make sure. So if it says 14, you know you're on the wrong thing, and as of September 1st, you cannot use that one. Ever. It's done.
But wasn't it a few things that was redone on the?
Yeah, that's what we're going over now. So mine is the actual one. That sucks. I'm gonna have to print this off so y'all can get.
So part of them trainings that we're gonna do on a Tuesday and a Thursday for the PC program, we will recap what Sharon's doing. because
Yeah.
You see where there's so much information, right?
Mhm.
Don't feel like, man, if I don't learn it right now, what am I gonna do?
Right,
Every Tuesday and Thursday, you'll see on the PC training calendar,
right.
we have training set up just for this group right here.
Yeah.
Just for the brand new agents, the new training, understand the forms. That way you get it and you understand it.
Mhm.
She's held to a time. I mean, we can't, think about it. You learned a real estate agency, you became a real estate agent, and most of your courses were what? You learned it in 10 days, right? Show me any career in the world that they train you the entire career, handle somebody's life savings in 10 days. And so you should
All
feel
right.
great that you passed it, but it's held to a restricted time.
Right, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna finish up with that because that basically was it, other than filling out the very last part, which is just information about yourself and the firm. And so what I want you to do, because some of the stuff that they added, I'll go in and change it, like the professional service disclosure that y'all see. That's there. There are a couple other things, the MOG, we talked about that. I'm gonna go over that in our listing part, amendment. So what I want you to do is I want you to skip over and go to the next yellow part where it says settlement, estimated net sheet.
Sharon, can I ask you a quick question? Where can we get the brochure for home inspection for this money and WREA, working with a real estate agent? Where can we get the brochures?
It's 25 cents to get them, and we have some that we can sell to you.
Yes.
Or you can go to the Triangle MLS store, which is off of in Cary, off of Realtor Road, Realtor Way, and they will have it up there for you.
But they're not free there.
They're not free here. They're
So
25
why go
cents,
over there if they're not free there?
huh?
Why go over there? They're not free.
Because if you're in Cary, why would you come all the way over here if you could stop there and get, or you can get online and have it shipped to you?
It's the same price.
It's the same price.
So
They have
I'll get it here.
Can I ask a
They
question?
got PDFs of those,
What is she asking
Yes.
about?
so you can just send it.
Right, so a lot of people don't even have them. See, for me, I carry them, but it's that WWREA. It used to be uncomfortable to have it, but the way they got it set up now, you can have the brochure, but you still have to send this form PDF or send it through DocuSign.
So what do you recommend? Just do the PDF to them? Yes.
I do, but I have one with me just in case I'm having to explain to someone that doesn't want to be represented. I can say, here, you can have this here. It doesn't hurt to have it. And what I do is I staple my business card on it.
Yeah.
So if they ever decide they want to change their mind and actually work with a buyer's agent, then they have it.
Where do you get the PDF from?
DocuSign,
And how much is that?
free.
Oh. Well, that just answered that.
That answer that, right?
25 cents is a lot. It's the easiest way to get it.
It adds up.
Huh?
It adds up.
It adds up. Okay, good point.
Right. So so now we have been talking about the buyer. Now we're switching over to when you decide you want to have a listing.
Can I ask a question?
When you go to a listing presentation, what are some of the things that you should present to that seller that you can go and list their property?
CMA.
That's like number one. What else should you have? A plan to sell the house. And I'm not gonna go into a whole lot of details with that because we're gonna be teaching those classes. James will be teaching, I'm gonna be teaching classes on how to do those. But the biggest thing is,
Walkthrough sheet to mark things that maybe to put in there, like maybe if they say they have a leaky roof, you want to mark that, or
absolutely.
mold or something.
What did you call it?
Leaky roof?
No, what did you call it? You said a what sheet?
Like a check off inspection type of sheet,
Yeah.
home inspection sheet.
Yeah.
Your own walkthrough, I call it walkthrough. I'm
Well,
sorry.
okay, because that's what you're doing. When you show up at someone's house and you're getting ready to list their property, I personally like to go to their house. I don't wanna meet you at Starbucks. I don't wanna meet you, so I wanna go to the house. Why?
Hard to no show you at their house.
Huh?
It's hard to no show you at their house.
Right. And the other thing is, when you get to the house, that is your opportunity while they're reading over the residential property disclosure and filling it out. You can ask them, is it okay if I walk around and just look at some things? While you fixing that, while you filling out that form, because in that process, you can go in and look and see there's like a spot on the bathroom thing that could be a leak. Or that the carpet is torn up and that it's gonna be a little bit, it's not gonna be a clear cut, or it's immaculate and everything looks great and you're like, wow, this the house will sell real quickly. That's your opportunity to meet with them, see the inside of the house, have this personal experience with the seller. If you have it somewhere else and they say, oh yeah, just send me the information, what do you know about the house? Nothing. And you're selling the house, you're not selling your service as a buyer's agent, where you're selling the service to be there and show them houses, you're selling the house. So that's the biggest thing you need to be concentrating on is what it's gonna look like, curb appeal. Making sure that when you go out there, there's not grass yay high, cut your grass, okay? Make sure you're available if someone comes there. So anyway, in the process, one of the things that we like to take, and I take this with me, is a seller net sheet. Because it's there that I can sit down with them and discuss the very things that show how much money they will net. This is where you asked about the payoff. Or how much.
Can I ask a question with that?
Yeah,
For just the forms, you had mentioned DocuSign. Should we be able to find those forms in our folders, or do we have to go somewhere else to actually get the documents?
It's in your opportunities. For every opportunity, the net sheet will be in the opportunity. You see a blank one. And then when you go to DocuSign,
Oh,
you
you
can fill
can add
out
it to
the
file.
actual client's form.
can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so you see we in KW Command, and you can see there's a place setting. So now this is for a buyer, but say for instance, if I was in a listing,
Oh, and Art will tell you, you don't have it.
yeah, if you don't have it,
Art-
so
Art-
if you, I don't
I'm
have,
sorry to stop you, Sharon. You have that buyer consultation. So you know when you have a buyer consultation, you have all those forms right there, which is
Mhm.
very neat. Yeah.
they're already there. So if I had someone, all my stuff is closed, so, and I don't have anything on the docket. But if I had something, let me see if I got something still left. Yeah, they don't have it for me. But if you go into DocuSign and you wanted to go and look and see what those forms were, you would click into DocuSign. And all of these documents will be available to you. You would do the in-car, you would do in-car. Okay, and then all of these will be available to you to use. And when people go and look, there's square footage, which you gotta have. All that good stuff. So all of this stuff is in here. You just gotta look for it
Okay, thank you.
and ask some questions. I thought, yeah, we got a listing form and then we have a buyer. So all the things that you would need would be in here for listings and all the things you would need for a buyer. I think there was a couple of things that were missing in this particular one, but we're getting ready to break it down. So it's gonna start having folders that say new construction, that says land. So that way you're not having to look over all these documents. You're only looking at what you need. And not, because it drive people crazy when they have to look at 20 different documents, but they only need 6.
Yeah.
Okay,
One time we had all the commercial mixed in. And
yes, we cleaning it up.
Yep.
So that's where you will find that information. So if you were looking for the Q&A that you were just talking about, which I thought I already had up here. If you put in home inspections, then here it is. There are 2 of them. So you would be able to look, they're the exact same one. I don't know why they're in here twice, but the Q&A would be in here. And so you would be able to upload it and be able to share it with your clients when you're sending them the other documents. So you would be able to go in here and it would show you the Q&A. Come on, come on, come on. There you go. So that's where it looks like, okay? So it explain about what's the necessity and why you need it. I don't know why the other one may be in a different,
I would think it'd be easier to email this because you have a record too of sending it to them. Whereas
absolutely,
giving it by hand, you really don't have a record of.
That's
anything unless
right.
it's signature.
that's right. And you want to make sure you have all that. Yes, so this one's in a PDF form. It's a little bit weird. I like the other one that's changed. And I think it's been changed, but anyway, you can see that. So the next, so we go to the estimated, I'm gonna try to, like I said, I'm gonna try to get y'all out. So the next, if I can go through some stuff, I promise you I'll get through it. So if you go to the seller net sheet, you're gonna need to know what the payoff is. An estimated. You don't need for them to provide you with their document forms and all this other stuff. Give them your social security number. None of my sellers ever give me their social security number. And if attorney asks for it, I put in that, on that line, I say, call the sellers personally and ask them, do not write it on any piece of paper at all. So if it ever gets sent somewhere else, they have not, they have the liability of sharing their information with somebody else, okay? So the one things that you really need to look at now, so the sales price. You've done a CMA. It used to be where we would put 150,000 and how much the CMA staff would list it for. So you would put 40, 140 is the least amount you can get, 160, the highest you can get. That's all washed out of the water. Just put just put whatever it is, because whatever you put there, if they're getting 30 and 40,000 over asking price, you are completely out of the ballpark. The good thing about it is, the higher it goes, the higher your commission will be. So make sure that you put in a sales price, because that's how you start it. Once you get a payoff, the only other thing up at that top bracket in the mortgage liens and stuff that you might have to put in there is if there are any assessments that may come up. And let me just say this much here, HOA assessments. Somebody tell you that they don't know whether there's some assessments and stuff. The HOA are really good about sending it directly to your house, okay? They know where you live. They're gonna send it, okay? It's not a mystery. You live in there, they're gonna send it to you, okay? So make sure that you get that. Get down to the closing part. If you represent the seller, there are really only about 2 or 3 things that I actually put on there. The first one is going to be what I think or estimated is the attorney's fees, how much they charge to do a deed prep. That means doing the deed, lien waiver, the marital status, the tax information, the foreign tax, all that other stuff. It only usually averages between 150 to 250. That's it. You put that across the board. The brokerage fee, I hate to put that one in because it cringe, because they're always looking at how much that 6% gonna turn out based on what their sales price. So I just skip over that one, like, that's the commission, I keep moving. Because then they're stuck on, well, what if you did it for 5%? I don't do discounts. So anyway, make sure you do that if there's any closing costs, but you don't know that because you just listed the house. Unless they've agreed to do an allowance, say for carpet. They're gonna do a $2,000 allowance for carpet. Then you can put that in there. Express fees, what's express fees? I always ask this question, I'm always shocked that people don't know what that is.
Express fees are, I know what that is, hold on. Express fees are like courier fees?
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying, everybody look at me like, what? I was like, express fee means sending the express to.
$50.
25 to 50 bucks what I put. If you do prorated HOA, that means you have went and looked at that information is what it is. Sometimes I don't put that in there because that's too detailed for me. I just want the meats and potatoes. I'm not about being perfect at it. Taxes will be easy to do. It's $1,500 a year for taxes to split it up. You're closing in September, it's easy to know how much is it a month and then break it down, okay? Who pays for the revenue stamps?
The buyer?
Nope.
Is revenue excise? No, it is, right? So the federal excise tax, that would be the seller,
Right.
the excise tax, yes.
It really was a trick question because this is for a seller's estimated sheet and they already have it up here.
She tricked you already. See how she is? See how she is?
Hey,
Tricked
they
you
did
already.
that
I
when-
can handle that.
Look, they did that when they did the test, okay? But it's up there for a reason because they're doing it. It doesn't necessarily mean that, but that's it, okay? And most of the time, the appraisal, stuff like that, we're not paying for that. The seller's not paying for that unless they've agreed to. So if you flip to the next page, at the bottom of it, y'all can do the cost. It's just doing that. If I have to go through that, then I'm gonna be exhausted. So when you get to the part, let me switch it over. The MOG, who signs, when we get to the MOG, because I like to ask this question. What part is the seller supposed to be signing?
It's the bottom. It says ownership. Would that be the only stuff?
You see all that stuff that says yes, no? Who's answering those questions for the mineral rights, number 1, 2 through 6?
The seller.
That's right. So the seller needs to answer those questions.
Please educate your seller on questions 1 and 4.
That's right.
I'm telling you now, I sit with an attorney, his exact words, no seller can ever put no to number 1 or number 4 unless they've owned that property for eternity. I have had that happen to my buyer bought the property, and it was because of this form, the seller put no, the property did have the mineral rights sold, and my buyer got every bit of their money back. Because the attorney told him he misrepresented the property.
Right.
Your seller can never put no. If you explain it to them right, they take their liability out, tell them to put no representation.
Right. And number 4.
And
same
number
thing.
4, 1 and 4.
Okay, so all of that needs to be filled out and then signed at the bottom. Then when you have an offer and that buyer's agent goes and picks up this MOG, then their buyers are signing initially that they've acknowledged what the seller has said, okay? So that's it simple. See, that was easy, right? Any questions from my online? Hello?
Nope, not for
All
me.
good? Okay. The residential property disclosure. Who fills that out?
The seller.
The seller.
The seller does. The listing agent is to never, ever, I know y'all can't see me,
Fill
but
out.
ever, fill out the residential property disclosure. Because if you fill it out and something is wrong, or they find something else out, and the seller say, oh, I never filled that out. I don't know what y'all talking about. You gonna take the blunt for that. So make sure that you have him filling out all of the residential property disclosure. If they don't know when the house is built, go on the tax records, they tell it, okay? If the seller don't know when it was built, that's when you do it, okay? Some of the other stuff, they just definitely need to, hey, some stuff you're not gonna know. You only been in the house a couple of years, you might not know that they, you know, what the pipes are in the house and all that other stuff. That's why they have no representation about some of those things, because you don't know. I don't know if I'll go and buy me a house next year, what all is in it, if I decide to sell it in a year or 2. So just say no representation. But if they have a home inspection and you get that information, what should you do to this residential property disclosure?
Note it.
Update it. If you put up there that there's no problem, there's no leak, and then they find out there's a leak, then it's your job as a listing agent to go and update that residential property disclosure and have them to sign it again to say, we acknowledge there is a leak in the roof.
Would you still keep the old one, just so that?
I would keep it so that you show that there is this is what it was, and then I would put the updated RPD. Absolutely.
Can't the seller just put no representation on all of them? if they
Yep.
want to?
You sure can. But if they've been disclosed about something that is found out through an inspection, they are no longer in the dark about that. Then they have to acknowledge that that needs to be updated. So they can put no representation, everything else and put up there, leak in the house. Okay, because once you've been disclosed of something, it is your duty to share it with the opposing,
Right,
opposing
material
with the
fact.
opposite side. Right. Some people be like, is it material fact? Is it material fact that somebody died in the house?
No.
Is it a material fact that we have someone that's a pedophile right next to us?
No.
Okay.
Even though it's gross.
Even though it's gross. It is. Is it your job to note those things if someone asks you that question? Is there someone there? You can't tell it to them. And here's the other thing that has changed that used to be something that was okay to say. Oh, this is a great school. How do you know it's a great school?
Can you just provide them with the resources to look at it? Like area vibes?
That's on the road.
Tell them, check on area vibes. Or
You can
It's
direct
on
them to
there.
the
neighborhood checks or something.
You can direct them to it.
Right, you just can't answer the question.
You can't go and personally pull it up and share it with them. It used to be, and I've been caught doing this, where I said, go through the neighborhood at 5 o'clock. See what's buzzing, see who running around 7, 8 o'clock at night, see who hanging around, you know, the place. You can't do that anymore because of fair housing. It used to be where you could do that. The Long Island divide where they talked about agents who went and swayed people one way or another. Let me just tell you this much here. You can be out with your clients and they have a great relationship with you, and they still will call the NC rep and tell them that this agent, is it okay that my agent told me that I can't go in this neighborhood because it's got crime? Of course, they don't want to tell who the agent is, but they'll call in for it. So be very careful about what you're saying. You know, there are a couple of places that they're regentrifying, and so they were rough. And I know it because I was not living in the neighborhood, but I could see it. But can I go and tell my client, hey, listen, get your Glock. You don't need it. You cannot. You cannot say that. You can't say, hey, listen.
Are you strapped?
Are you strapped? Look, when you come in, lock these doors because you don't know what's going on. I didn't live in that type of neighborhood. I didn't have nothing but deers. If the deers knocked on my door, I was letting them in because I was trying to figure out how they could do that. But but I'm just saying, you cannot do those things. Why? Because we're seeing discrimination is on the highest level.
The two questions you always get asked, and I'm telling you, every single client asks you, what's the crime like? What are the schools like?
Right.
And you can't talk about it.
You cannot, because saying that you have a good school means that this is a good school. Well, if you in a black neighborhood, you know that they may not be at the same level. So you're steering someone not to go to that. I stayed in Chapel Hill because there was good schools. Because I knew my boys was dumb as an ox, so I did everything I could get. And when I tell you, it didn't do any good, it didn't do no good. I tried.
They're sweet though, right?
Yes.
They're good people.
But picking women, they dumb as ox. I don't care what you say. I get that right. I had it. I'm telling you.
You can't teach kindness. You can teach books.
They are so sweet. The cop stopped my son. He said he is so nice. And my gun was in the car. And the guy said, you know, I can take this gun from you. He said, but your son was so sweet and so nice and so respectful. I'm just gonna hand you this gun, although I can keep it and take your CCW. And I looked at my son. I said, really? 10:30 at night, I gotta be out here for this. And he said, he's a sweet boy. He told me my mom's gun is in that car. But I knew I needed to have them in a school that would push them. And I knew my daughter didn't need to be in a school that would push them. So I put them in a school that I knew that would happen. As a real estate agent, I can't say nothing now, but I can say my kids went to that school and they did real good.
You be creative.
There you go.
Yeah, I said they taught her French in second grade. She was speaking French and everything. They're like, really? Yes. I could talk about what the school offered, but I can't talk about it because that's something you can do just by going and looking at North Carolina report card. You can go there as quickly as you can anywhere else. Wake County happens to have like one of the #1, they do really good, but I would always, think to myself, but every year you gotta switch out, you gotta send them over here or whatever. So you can't do those things anymore. So you just you gotta say, hey, do your research. They're doing it anyway. So just make sure that you're being real good about that. The listing agreement. I went over a couple of things because we just been kind of talking about it, but I want to just go over just a few things. Like I say, I want to get y'all out in 30 minutes. So if I run through, it's not because y'all can get these teachings, later on. But just like the buyer's agency agreement with the exclusive right to sell, who is the relationship, the agreement with? The firm, okay? Always remember it's with the firm. So if they have a problem with y'all listing their house, and they contact Sharon, guess what Sharon's gonna do? Terminate unless it's under contract, then I'm gonna be like, no, we rolling with this one. Okay, remember the effective date is when you sign the contract. Now, the effective date of the listing agreement is when you sign the contract, but is that the effective date that you need to market it? No, you can have a different date. But if you say that the day you sign it is the day you market it, you have 24 hours to get it in the MLS. If you don't, and you put it in the MLS, and then you put down that it was supposed to be September 1st, and this is Friday, September 3rd, who's gonna get an email that says there's a violation?
The agent.
I am, and the agent. Okay, so make sure that you're looking at that. If a person needs a delayed marketing date, make sure you put it in there. It can be considered coming soon, okay? And if it's coming soon, there's a document that you need to fill out that is available on here on DocuSign. When you go to DocuSign, it's available. And when you click on it, I'll show you where it's at. If you go here to add and you do DocuSign, you see where it says TMLS? Coming soon. Okay, so you need to make sure that you have that set up in there.
They
Coming
have a
soon.
TMLS too.
And you can do it that, and who has to sign off on it besides the sellers and the agent?
You?
I do. And so while I was in Germany, at 6 a.m. y'all time, 6 a.m. my time, 12 o'clock or whatever it was, 12 y'all time, people were sending me stuff and I was like, sign. Yep, my sister said, are you gonna like put that away? I was like, we here, I rented this car, I haven't asked you for a penny. You want me to stop working? She was like, no, go on, do your thing. Okay. So make sure that you get that as far as the effective date, that you have that and expiration date. When it's expired. Used to be we did a year. Now we're doing 90 days because it's closing in 30. And we making sure nothing happens in between that time, but yeah. I be doing so far as to say 45, because I know it's gonna close, 45 to 60 days and I'm good. Make sure when you put in the property information, you put everything in there, the address, make sure it's the right zip code, all that good stuff. And the same stuff that you would put for the offer to purchase, you're gonna put here the legal description. All that information is important. That's why when you put in an offer, it's good to have with you, have all those things that we talked about. The fixtures, we've already talked about that with the offer, doesn't change. The lease, the stuff that convey, this is kind of pretty much a replica of what we went over a little bit with the offer to purchase. The home warranty, all of that stuff is the same. When we get to 6, you're putting in what that listing price is and what the different forms of terms you will accept, cash, FHA, VA, USDA. Anybody understand what USDA means?
I wanted a better understanding of that.
Explain it.
USDA, it's a government funded, not funded, government backed loan, okay? The thing about USDA in our market, one, the house or property must qualify. There is a USDA website you can go on and check and validate if a property qualifies for USDA, right? If you're gonna accept USDA, please explain to your seller that that process can take 30, 60, 90. I had one that took 3 months, okay? It's all about a government funded, a lot of the money to back loans, and it's when they get their allotment of money to do it. And sometimes they can be rough, okay? Make sure, the biggest thing is to make sure the property even can qualify. I don't think anything in Wake County qualifies for USDA. Most places, I mean, it's tough right now, right? So before you say USDA, and that's the other thing, when you get a buyer that says, hey, I have a USDA loan.
Right.
Don't be showing them houses inside in Raleigh,
Right,
because there ain't a house in Raleigh qualifies for.
right. So what's
It's based on income, right? It is to help, trust me, I love it, it's a great program. But the problem is the market right now doesn't support it. Sellers are just not given that, hey, I got an offer here as cash, I got an offer here as a conventional
They're
loan.
not gonna wait for this.
Exactly, so they're probably gonna have to go out further, but you need to explain, when it does come back, like, it wasn't but a couple years ago, I was doing probably 2 a month,
Right,
right? It does happen, but right now, it's just not in the field for it, but it can really take a lot of time. Sometimes they close fast, it's all about the money that's in there, right? If they can get the money out, some lenders can close it quicker.
right.
If it's direct with USDA, I've had that happen once with the lady in Henderson that runs that program. And that's the one that took 90 days. It was a nightmare.
Yeah.
So is it low income?
It's low, but it's actually rural.
Yeah,
So
it's
if you're a
rural.
rural area
Yeah.
where the possibility of ownership is a little bit lower than you being in the city where everybody's fine, then they're trying to give them kind of like an opportunity to purchase something in a rural area. So a rural area for Raleigh area would be maybe Roseville,
That's
maybe
not rural.
Lewisburg. I'm just saying, I'm just giving out.
They're overbuilding.
About
Yeah.
like Nash County.
But I'm just Nash County.
Hey, but property value matters too, right? You think you got a $550,000 house, it ain't USDA,
Right.
Right.
all right? It's not. So
Right. And so make
Don't-
sure that you do it. If you're in Henderson, if you, like I say, except be in some of those areas where you see more trees and buildings, then that's considered rural,
Yeah.
Mhm.
okay?
Youngsville.
Yeah. Roseville, I think is still, there are no trees there no more.
Not really.
Where are they at?
The trees are moved to another property.
Right, but they
You know,
still,
they-
but it's still rural.
Well, I don't know, all these
It's still-
farmers are getting rid of.
They
their
still-
land.
It's still considered. rural.
They still are considered rural,
Hey,
even
but
though,
Hey, guys, I promise y'all, we're gonna cover all of this stuff in depth inside the PC program, right? You know, because there's other things you have to explain. There's no way you could do this, even in an 8-hour day.
mm-mm.
But this is a lot of great information.
You can cover, you can turn the listing agreement into 4-hour class. Easy,
Right, yeah.
easy, okay?
I can't
We're
get it.
gonna cover that, I promise you, right? We're gonna
But
cover it
anyway,
in depth.
it's in there, and so you definitely, that's something you need to be making sure you're aware of. And making sure when you put it in the MLS that you don't put something down that doesn't qualify for, okay?
I got a quick question for you, Sharon. I know you said don't ask questions. For the MLS, can we practice doing things? Creating an MLS practice? No, right? Okay.
Yeah, you can't, you can build you just don't go active with it.
No.
It'll fall off in, I wanna say 90 days, I think, or 30 days, it falls off.
It would, but here's what I will say. As me who was personally responsible for it,
Yes.
I don't wanna
That's
see
what I'm
a
asking.
lot of stuff in there.
No. I'm not a
that's-
lot of stuff person. I was just gonna
Okay,
do one thing.
Just
and-
one thing,
Yeah,
okay,
just,
because see, everything that's on your page,
yes,
or 270 is on my page.
yes.
So, I wanna make sure that I told y'all I like to have clear stuff, so yeah. If I have to look up something, I'm okay with that, you can keep it in temporary, it will drop off. And you can kind of do a little bit of it, but yeah,
I gotta tell you, that website has really helped me.
it is
I was
good,
on that for 2 days and I learned so much.
good. So now that we got that part, then you get down to the compensation, what is the total amount we would like to have for that firm's compensation, what's the total amount? 6%, okay? And then, of course, we did talk about the protection, which is there under 3, that protection of how many days? Remember I said you can do 30, 45, 60, 90, whatever you want. Someone put 120. I said, I'm not chasing somebody down that long, but they might. So, it just depends on how their sphere of influence is. When you're doing the cooperation, go down to page 4 and drop down to the middle where it says compensation. The top
Excuse me,
and the
Sharon?
bottom are never to be used. That's not a MLS, that's not an NC reg, that's a Sharon. It's not to be used.
Sharon, would you mind sharing that on the screen?
I'm glad you asked. I'm
It's
getting ready to
free.
tell you.
What did you say?
Oh, hold on one second, sorry.
Thank you.
I was trying to get, he's like, let me get back on that page. You good?
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm on page 4, so hold on one second. Yeah, right here. I don't want anything to be selected but the middle one. And you want to know why, right?
Right here, nothing but the middle one?
Yep. I only want this one to be done. And even though some people may tell you this, I'm telling you this because it's my license on the line, nobody else. There's not one other person in this office license on the line but mine. And if I lose my license, then
And we all lost ours.
you're gonna lose y'all, but whoever helped me get it, then I'm gonna figure, we're gonna figure out if on point and triangle is a good place for us to practice aiming something, because I promise you, this is my livelihood. Because we do not do sub-agent. Okay, now Art may disagree with me, but I have always just said, do the middle one, because the first one, cooperation with sub-agents representing the seller and offer compensation to this. We don't take variations of commission. It's either this or that. It's either what you give us or we're not doing business. So with the sub-agency, they can say, if you bring this amount, or if you do it through this here, we can give you this amount. No, it's 1, it's 2.4 or 2.6, whatever that may be. Whatever you and your seller agree for it to be paid to the buyer's agent, that's what you put. We don't have no variations of it. Either you pay them 2.4 or you pay them 2.4, that's it. Okay, the rest of them you don't need to worry about. The cooperation compensation for cooperating stuff, we don't practice that here. It's just clear and cut, okay? So just make a note of that somewhere, that we don't do that one. It's going to go into details about the firm's duties. Read that. I'm not gonna go over it with you, but definitely read it. Because it talks about what your duties are, what your duties are that the firm is supposed to represent. Remember the code of ethics when doing this. We just had that conversation, so make sure you're doing that. Down here on this page 5, they have put it in this for a reason, because it needs to be reiterated over and over and over and over again. And then it's asked at the bottom here that your sellers initial it in order for you to be able to explain it. Okay, 73% of same-sex marriages, they are denied a loan. 73%. So 73% of people who are qualified to buy a house can't buy one because of that. So we have this here, discrimination, can't be on orientation. And you looking at it, you can't see it. You can see it up there.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, we're not mortgage people. I'm just wondering if they don't get a loan, how is that with us? I mean, we don't give them a loan.
Let me give you an example. You present an offer to someone and there's 2 women's names on it. You just assume, could be Tracy, could be a man or woman, but I'm just saying. Do you understand what discrimination means?
Yeah.
Or say, for instance, it's Shaniqua.
Yes, correct.
Can a seller look at it and say, I don't want to sell to that person?
No.
They cannot, but will they?
They're not.
Living proof, I can tell you.
Not on my watch,
My
because I
mother
want to make a
named
sale
all of-
regardless who.
Right, but my mother named me so that wouldn't never be a question. All her kids are named that, my children's are named that. But if I had one, I wouldn't want them to be,
Denied.
yes. So discrimination, making sure that you're not promoting that within our firm, that the sellers can say, I don't want to sell to a Black person. Or I don't want to sell to someone that's Asian. Or I don't want to sell to someone that's white. I've had a black couple that called me and said, I don't want a white person to be my agent.
I think that's funny.
Yeah,
Huh?
I think it's funny because normally it's opposite.
That's why it's funny. I mean,
But-
honestly, it's funny regardless.
And she said, what can I do about it? I said, nothing. I said, we don't want to do business with you.
Right.
Yeah, that's where honestly, no matter who you are, step up.
We don't want to do
I think it's
business with
funny because
you.
I think you just want to sell your house and move on.
Right, why would you care who's occupying
Exactly.
it?
I just want to make money, move,
Right.
sell.
So just make sure that you're explaining to your sellers that they can't tell you who can buy or sell the house. They can pick and choose whatever offer they want, but just explain to them that you will not participate in that.
That's right. So if they put
Okay.
you in that predicament, you gotta.
You
shut
gotta
down
let them,
and
you
move on.
gotta shut it down, right? You have an ethical duty to conduct such activities without respect to the sexual orientation or gender identity of any other party or prospective party, okay? So make sure that's signed. We talked about the commencement of the marketing. That's that delayed date that I said, if you're not ready to put it on the market, then that's when you would put it here. How many ever days? After 30 days of coming soon, TMLS takes you off of the coming soon and you go active whether you want to or not. Okay? There's no, let me check, let me do some, it's going there. So talk to your sellers to make sure they understand that, okay? It used to not be in here and now it is the marketing authorization, meaning public marketing, coming soon, doing signs. Why would someone say they don't want a sign in their yard? They don't want
They
people to
don't
know
want
they're selling.
strangers coming up to their house.
They don't want the neighbors to know that they're selling,
It can be HOA restriction too.
Huh?
It can be an HOA restriction.
where you can't put a sign in the
Put a
yard.
sign.
That's right. That's right. We used to do open houses. Now people don't want to do them. If a person tell you they don't want to do an open house, then it may be because they don't want people in their house. But when you gonna do it?
You're gonna do it some.
For us, for me, it would have been nicer when I put that house on work, if I'd had one day of open house and let everybody come in for about 2 or 3 hours and put in an offer. It would have saved my client a lot of time and money for putting her grandmother in a hotel. So make sure you do that. Office exclusive, we don't do that. Only because we don't want to limit as to how many, where the listing can be seen. We want it to be all over the internet and not just for here. Can we do it? Yes. Do I recommend it? No. I think you should give your sellers every opportunity to sell whoever wants to buy it. Make sure with the lockbox and key box that you are given authorization that you will put that on the house. It is a headache if you decide not to, and they got to continue going there back and forth to let people in. Earnest money. This is a new one. And so I may have them to print this off and so y'all can get a copy of this because I think y'all definitely need to have this one, this offer to purchase, just so you can look at it. But the earnest money is now, this is the first time ever, it's asked the question, will the firm maintain the earnest money? It used to not be up here. It is this year. And the answer is always going to be no, we do not. Okay, so the sellers know that the earnest money is not going to anybody but an attorney. You want to know how long they've owned it. And you want to know whether they're contemplating bankruptcy. Why? Would you want to know if they're contemplating bankruptcy?
You may,
Because it has to be.
it may affect their loan.
Well, you want to know if they're contemplating that.
This is a listing agreement. Keep in mind, listing agreement,
It's a listing
listing agreement,
agreement,
not a buyer's
and
agreement.
the seller is contemplating a bankruptcy.
It can fall through if they're.
It would mean that maybe they're not making their mortgage payments.
And they don't own the house anymore.
Or no, they may still own the house, but if they are contemplating about doing it, then they may be behind in their mortgage payments. And if they are, then you need to know that, because I have had some people who have had a house for sale, matter of fact, right around in my neighborhood, and they had the house for sale, but then 2 days after it was for sale, there was a sign on the door that says, not sold, foreclosure is in effect.
Yep.
And so now you don't put it on the market and find out before you can, and you probably got offers, you found out, oh, okay, the house can't be sold. So that's money down the drain.
Waste of time. Yeah.
So it's best to know that they're contemplating, because then that means there may be some issues with it. Can you sell your house if it's in foreclosure?
Yes.
Yes, it's still your house, even if it's in foreclosure. If you get it sold before that court date, sold. So make sure you have those questions. That's why it's good to go by and be at the house. You see that there's mail hanging around, they just showed up just for your meeting, they may not be living in the house, okay? So make sure if it's a mobile home that you get the VIN number. Where can you find a VIN number at on a mobile home?
In the back?
In the closet, kitchen, somewhere on the wheel. Now, someone asked this question and I wanna make sure that y'all understand, okay? If you have a single home, single wide track mobile home, and you can see the wheels on it, is it permanently affixed to
No, ma'am.
no?
Not real, but I think I.
At an agent that you remember that?
Still
Yes.
personal property.
It's still personal property, okay? It's when they put and wrap it up and stuff, they're treating it like it's real estate. Okay, so make sure that you are doing that. Then it comes to the part where it asks the question, of course, about the HOA. You can put that information in. It's asking for those samples. You can see if you go to the DocuSign, they offer samples in the DocuSign that you can share with them, okay? Sample of the professional service disclosure and the offer to purchase. You know whether it's in a flood area. Just go and put North Carolina flood maps, put in the address, and it will show, if you see blue and it's right at the door, then it's in the flood area, okay? And know that you're gonna need flood insurance, and you need to ask them some questions about that. Termites, stucco, that's in Arizona. I don't know about it being here. There may be some people wanna do it. Termites, if you see a family going up the side of the house, then more likely there's some termites. Or if you see that there's some chiseled wood set somewhere that just look like nobody has any tools, it might be there. Ask questions, okay? If there's a bond there, you need to know, because that's gonna be disclosed to the buyer if they decide to purchase the house. Current loan, liens, I'm sorry. They are definitely, you just need to know if there is one, the loan amount and approximate balance. For me, I just put in the lender's name. If there are any balance due, I don't even specify any information, including appropriate balances required by seller. And this is for a mechanical lien. So that means if you've had some work done to your house and you haven't paid them, then you probably need to know if they're coming for you for some stuff. Because the attorney will find that information out, at least ask it question. If it's a lease, do I like to sell houses that have leases? No. I sold a house back in the spring, and she said, what do I need to do? Get rid of your tenant. Once she got rid of the tenant, within 5 days, I had it on the market. It was sold within 2 days, closed within 25 days. I do not want to have it, because who has to give the authority for you to go in and show the house? The tenant, not the owner, the tenant. Did I have a situation here where an agent who's brand new went into a house? Now, here's another thing I want to make clear, okay? And I'm gonna put it on my Facebook private page. If you have a showing, you are not to go to that house until that showing time. You can't be there 25 minutes before showing, scoping out any house, okay? And if it's with a tenant, you need to because sometimes that seller won't leave until 10, 15 minutes before it's time for you to show up.
It's not right when you get there. It's your
So,
time.
right, and just let you know, we had a guy showed up, we had a listing, a guy showed up with his clients and walked into the house. The tenant walked out butt naked.
That was my house.
Mortified.
Who's
That was my house. Hey, but the thing is,
Mama,
the agent didn't have an appointment.
He didn't even.
My listing then the agent just opened the electronic lockbox,
Horrible.
okay?
Thinking that he could.
My client was in the house, was not dressed,
That's horrible.
working from home, well, you know, whatever, right to his house.
PTSD.
He's the one that approved all appointments, then the agent went to argue with him.
What?
And say, I have an appointment, he said, no, he had the approval, so he knows he didn't have an appointment.
Isn't that a violation of that
Hey,
agent?
cost her $500 and she did it for 3 homes that day.
Oh.
Cause I called the MLS.
Oh,
and reported,
it was, yeah.
and I printed out the sheet, because when you have electronic lockboxes, I can print out who went in, what time and everything. And they email, I have the email. The MLS responded and said, we will make appropriate fines for every home she went in.
Wow.
That's
Do
horrible.
not go into a home without, outside of your time. And
Especially-
you're gonna see it.
Yeah, and the thing about it is, even if it's unoccupied, just because you don't know if it's somebody else that's in there.
Yep.
With COVID, you want to make sure. I showed houses on Saturday and we were finished up early and we were getting ready to go to the house, which was within walking distance. I said, we gotta sit in here until we finish, because we can't go to this house until the actual time of close. If I'm doing it, then everybody else needs to do it. Okay,
You can
so
reschedule it, you can
do
reach out to the
something.
listing agent. Do
something.
not walk in that house.
And if you, especially, and if it's a tenant, you need to definitely make sure that you have had that, that you know, that you have let them give approval to do it.
It's a $500 fine if you go before or you stay late, just so you know.
Yeah.
So be telling your clients, hey guys, hey, our time's up in 2 minutes, we need to be walking out.
And that's why a lot of us have put the central lock up there, because
Yep.
guess what the central lock will say? It will say, hey, I see you have arrived.
Yep.
And then when you leave, it said, do you want to tell the seller that
You're
that you're gone? And I do it because it's within that time frame, because there's some that they give you only 15 minutes. So you ain't got time to go in there and looking in the bathrooms and all, go in there and get out because the next person coming in. So the FHA appraisal, it used to be 6 months. It's now, I shouldn't do this whole thing. It's now 4 months. Crazy. Okay. Special assessment. What would be considered a special assessment? If you're in a neighborhood.
Lights, roads,
Sidewalks. They putting in a
Speed bumps.
sidewalk, you see it's already
Speed
put.
bumps.
That's right.
I had a sewer. They put a new sewer in and they charged every house an assessment, $1,000 a year for 5 years.
That's right.
How much now?
$1,000 a year for 5 years.
So make sure a fuel tank, if you're from up north and you don't know what a fuel tank is, and you go out in the back and you see something and you stumble over, that's a fuel tank.
It'll be a pipe sticking up out of the ground. It's
That's
actually
right.
an underground oil tank. And
Right.
it will most likely stop every loan.
And if you have one that's sitting in the back and it's a nice long white tube one or a big tall one, that's a propane tank. That's what they use to for gas logs and all that other good stuff, some of them. So just make sure you know this stuff and make sure you know whether it's leased or not. Okay, I went to go show a house and they said the HVAC is leased, and when it's sold, they will have a
They will have.
they will
Focus, Sharon.
well, it's hard to focus when you got someone just walk in and you're like, oh, you can.
Hey, he's gonna pay for that.
So it's, you know, so they said the HVAC was leased and you're like, what?
Yeah,
Right.
what?
It was like, so when you sell the house, they gonna come in here and there gonna be no HVAC, and they said it's in the TMLS. Y'all, there was at least 30 people out there waiting to look at this one house. I said, y'all do realize there's no HVAC? They said, oh, for the price of the house, we didn't get an HVAC. Yep, okay. And it was a brand new, so that means they only got it, had it put in there so they could sell the house, and then they want to go send it back. So make sure you understand that. It talks about the seller's duties. I want y'all to read that on your own. Even on the old copy that you got in your book, it still tells the same things. I don't think much of this has changed.
It's the new one?
Yeah.
They got the new one in the book on this. So
Oh,
they
do
did a
you?
new
Yeah.
listing. They
The
just don't have
the
the
seller
buyer.
contract is good.
Oh, Lord, okay, all right. So make sure that you had that on the line, okay. So anyway, but make sure that you have that, read that at your leisure. The next one of those, I'm gonna get $25 for KW Cares from Mr. James Meyer. So home inspection, most of us don't do one, a pre-home inspection, only because it's costing the sellers money, unless you're gonna be generous with them and do it yourself. I am not, at this point in my life, ready to spend $550 for that. So that's what it costs. Now, can you get a home warranty? If you got a listing, you can get a home warranty that will cover prior to closing, yes. Most of the home warranties, you can go and have your sellers to fill it out and all this good stuff, and they'll be covered. And they could just pay and this is why they're spending any money. It's it's like a home warranty, you put it on your listing, and they have not spent any money. They have not spent the $400, $500, $600 it costs for the home warranty. And if they come up with an issue that's been covered, then they'll just have to pay whatever the deductible is. And then once it closes, it just transfers over to the buyer. It's a neat thing. I would always use, I get to use it because I don't never think of it because my house don't stay on the market long. So anyway, but you can do it. You have to acknowledge about the sellers. They need to receive that Q&A as well. Okay. So make sure they do that. Make sure to let the sellers know you need to take a picture of the house. I had one seller who literally wanted us to take pictures of the house, but she was posing. And each one of them. She was like, this is the garage. And we were like, she was like, I want to make sure I see this on the internet. And we were like, what, are you kidding me? And this was in the same neighborhood, that house we were trying to sell, where when we looked at the old HOA dues, it is said and they never revised it, said no Black people live in the neighborhood. I said, good gosh, and I said, do you know that's in there? She said, they probably need to update it. I said, well, you probably need to get out of the photos. We never could sell that house because, I mean, she was posting. And she wasn't like a Vanna White at all.
They were worried that she would come with the house. Nobody wants an extra.
When they say take your personal things off the walls and stuff, that means take yourself personally out the pictures. So yeah, so just make sure you're doing that. If there are any terms you can do here, when we talked about the buyer's agency, if other additional terms might be something similar to the transaction coordinator, where I said you can charge a fee, you can charge it for the seller. This is where that will go. The dual agency agreement, we don't went over this before, so it's the same with the seller as it is with the buyer. Okay, you choose one up here. And you choose this down here if it's applicable, okay? Let's see what else there is. We talked about the wire stuff, so we don't need to go over that. And other than you filling out, making sure you fill out all this information down here at the bottom, you're done. I think we got all the form. I'm tired if y'all are not.
I should have had that pasta for lunch.
I told you not to have some, didn't
Oh.
Got to come back in here. So any questions? Any questions? I think I went through it as much as the detail as I can. Some stuff you can read on your own. But this is why we call it boot camp, because we rush through it, but we give you all the details. So at least you cannot say, go ahead, help yourself. You cannot say that you are not, at least went over some of the stuff. This helps you when you're trying to get someone under contract. If nothing else, to be familiar with it. And understand, we all know how it is when you put in that offer and you're terrified that you're gonna make a mistake and it's gonna be binding. So anybody that submits an offer, when you get ready to submit an offer or listing agreement or buyer agency agreement, you can always share it with me and I can review it. You share it, review it for me so that I can make sure everything is right. If I'm not doing it, James will be doing it. Okay.
Thank you, Shannon.
All right, y'all get out of here before, look, it's beautiful today.
Hey, hold up.
Oh, Lord, why you keep scaring folks for?
This is my inside voice.
Thank you, Sharon.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Sharon. Thank you, Jen.
You're welcome. Thank y'all for
Appreciate you.
showing up.
The people that are here that are in the PC program, So Scott approved this final draft of the contract between the agents.
Thank
and
you,
the assistant
Evan.
program. You probably signed
Bye.
some of these,
Bye.
you not have.
Oh, yeah, I signed one.
You
Yeah,
want
so
this
this is
one,
this is the new
I
version.
signed one with Jessica.
I know, so we're gonna, because now we have one